Hello, welcome to the live. How you all doing today? Just starting out again. We're going to be talking about spiritual chat and spiritual things. If you have any stories you'd like to say, request up. If you have any spiritual experience you want to talk about, hit the request and come up. Whichever you like to do. Just adding more people here. Like I said, it's going to be a spiritual chat. We're going to talk about spiritual things. Maybe we can talk about paranormal things. Spiritual, paranormal. If you have any stories you want to share, please request up. Donations are okay. If you want, can you please like and share? It helps the algorithm. That'd be helpful, and I would appreciate it if you could, please. So, how is everybody on a Tuesday evening? I see I'm still not with it a little. My hand, something happened to me the other day, and I've got a wound on me, so still a little shaken up by that and a little nerved by it, but other than that, I'm alright. I can explain that story later on if people are interested. But this is not just my life, it's your life too. This is a safe space. We have some mods in here that will kick out anybody that's going to be out of hand or rude. Because I want this to be a safe space for everybody so they can talk about their experiences, either being paranormal or spiritual, or even extraterrestrial at this point. Probably going to be for about 2 hours. I'm not sure. Maybe 3 hours. It all depends on how everything goes. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about, request up. Spiritual stories, paranormal, that kind of thing. It would be much appreciated so we can learn from your experiences and we can be a higher being, higher person with love and light, and maybe, get past all this hatred has for each other and just be as one people. Because at the end of the day, we're all one, we're all the same. We all come from a blue and white pearl in the middle of the universe. Or the side universe, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry if I sound a little bit out of sorts. I'm still a little bit, And I just woke up because I wasn't able to sleep for like a day or two, and I just woke up. But I'm here for you guys. Like I said, many other people probably would have not done it, or canceled out or whatever, but I want to be here for the people that want to express themselves in a spiritual and paranormal way. And if anybody has anything they want to share, talk about, if it's paranormal or extraterrestrial or even spiritual, we'll let them talk about it. I haven't really thought of a topic yet. I haven't gotten that far. I probably would have today, but life dealt some really screwed up things this week, so it kind of altered my way of doing things this week. Well, today anyway. So if you want to share something, be my guest. Be my guest, be my guest. Yes, yes, yes.
How are you, my brother? How are you feeling?
No, I'm feeling okay. I'm just a little, I just woke up
Uh-huh.
and I've been awake for like an hour, and I don't know. I felt like I went somewhere, but you know how like you come back and you know you went somewhere, but you can't pronounce it.
Yes.
That's where I'm at right now. Um, uh, I had flashes of what happened yesterday in my head when I woke up. It's like a haunting memory. So yeah, my head is not hurting. It just
I was just about ready to ask that if you needed how your hand was feeling.
Explain what happened.
yeah, I was cool. I decided, this is how do I word it? I think there was a little more behind the whole event of yesterday because ever since I've started posting these videos about the UFOs and about the UFOs by my house.
Hold that thought, brother. Is it in pain while you're talking? Do you want me to,
I'm fine.
do you need any healing?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm just a little shaky because I just had to relive it in my mind like a couple times before I came out on live. It was like, flashes.
Yeah.
I kind of
Your
had,
neck's okay, and is the
um,
back of your neck okay or no?
yeah, my back and neck is actually that hasn't hurt yet. I'm surprised. Um,
I could feel your hand throbbing just a little bit.
it is just a little, but it's still, it's tolerable. It's not like a 9 or a 10 like it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead while you're explaining to Miss Diane. Hello, Diane, by the way.
Hi, Helen.
I'm going to go ahead and just do a little bit of healing on you. I'm going to mute myself and explain to her what happened.
I'll explain to whoever else is in
Okay.
here.
All right. I'm just going to go mute for a minute.
Alright. Well, I was, ever since I started posting UFO stuff about my building, I've been getting weird calls from like Wednesday on from somewhere in my town. And I don't know where it's from. I call that. They called me and nobody answers the phone. Like, they call me and I'm like, hello, 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 hello. Nobody answers. And I find it very weird. Because none of this started until after I posted, the UFO videos. Been going on for like since Wednesday of last week. And, I really didn't put no much mind to it. I'm like, whatever, it's probably them, prank callers, those ones that trying to, get money from you, spammers, and all that. So that's what I really thought it was. But then, I find it very weird that I decided to go to the store because I needed some soda and I wanted to go and get me some filters for my tobacco. So I went down to the store. And it was about 4:30. I left my house. I went to the store, got what I needed. On the way back, I got a call. And it was one of them calls, it didn't answer. I'm like, hello, 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 nobody answered. So I decided to do that, and then I usually walk one way, so and I seen a path on the right, so for some reason I decided to take that path to the right. I took the path to the right. I started walking, and then it was like a spider sense going off. Like I felt a very heavy presence and energy that was coming down the path. I'm looking, I didn't see anybody there, and as I was walking, I seen a flash out the corner of my right eye, and I just happened to block it with my hand, and I got sliced on my pinky, and I ended up getting in a brawl with whoever this was. Um, I don't know who it was. The person was 6'2", if it was a person at all, because I found it very weird that I felt an energy of intent, and it was a very well, when somebody's like bent on doing something, that's what it felt like to me. And I tell you, I had to fight for my life because I didn't know what was going on.
And it was just one?
Yeah, it was a guy who was about, I would say he was about 6'2", 6'3". He maybe weighed about, I would say 300 pounds. He was pretty big. Um, and I fought the dude off, and I found it very, very weird that, he came after me. I don't know who it was. And then when I kept trying to defend myself off after that, I didn't notice I was sliced in my hand, and I fought the dude off, and it was weird because it felt like an energy of darkness, pure hatred and darkness, what I was feeling.
Absolutely, because after we got off the phone last night, when I started to meditate a little bit, as I was trying to go into it, and I didn't mean to cut you off, my apologies, but I just had to say this while you're saying what you're getting ready to. It was pure negativity. I got sick for probably about a good 3-4 minutes last night.
And I don't know exactly what,
Or this morning, I should say. Let me rephrase that, this morning.
and I just went, when you get pushed to that limit, and to me, it felt like life or death at this point. And I totally went in berserk mode and started fighting like for my life at this point. I started pummeling this person, or being, whatever this was. And the person was in all black and had a black mask. And the weird thing is, it didn't say anything. It was grunting and like screeching kind of thing. It was really weird. And I was getting like more energy and more powerful by the moment, and I just started going ballistic. A person ran away and scurried in the woods, and I'm like, "Where you going? Come back here! I'm not done yet. You done started this. You drew first blood on me. Come on, bring it on. Is that all you want? Is that all? Come on." They're like, I'm not done yet. You wanted to start something. Like, come over here. Come on, let's finish it. Dude runs off. So I come around. I walk down the rest of the path. I go to go into my building. There was another guy. He was walking. He's like, "Are you all right?" I was like, "Dude, I don't know." He's like, "What happened?" I was like, and this dude is in my building. I'd never seen him in my life. He was like, "Your hand's all red. It's all crimson red and bloody." I'm like, I looked down and I'm like, "Oh, damn, it is." So I went and I looked at my hand to see where the blood was coming from, the fluid was coming from, and I noticed it was my pinky, and the inside of my pinky was sticking out. It was really gross. So I'm like, well, damn, I guess I'm gonna have to butterfly stitch it. And then I'm looking closer, it's like, oh, there ain't no way I can butterfly stitch that because it was really disgusting. Um, so I'm like, well, darn, what am I gonna do? So I went upstairs into my place. I washed my hand off, and I called for a ride, and I went to the hospital. I sat in there for 6 hours. Well, just I called them, and I was about to. I went outside to wait for my ride to bring me to the hospital because of the wound right here in my hand. Um, and lo and behold, it was really weird because a cop came by at the same time as I was getting ready to leave. He says, "I was just called for a domestic assault." And I was wondering if you know anything about it. I said, "No, I don't know nothing about it, but I know I was attacked from behind the building, walking in the path to my house." He's like, "Really? Are you gonna? Do you want to report it?" I was like, "What am I gonna report?" The person was in all black. I couldn't tell if it was a black, white, Asian, alien, beast. I don't know what it was. I said the thing was in all in complete black, 6'2". And the weirdest thing is it had black pupils. And I don't know, but I find it very weird. The whole entire thing was just weird as it was.
That's scary.
Yeah. And so I went to the hospital. I was there for about 6 hours. I came back. So lo and behold, I've got 3 stitches in the inside of my finger, 7 in the outside. Um, and it doesn't feel too good. Everyone, I mean, it hasn't really throbbed in the last hour since I woke back up because I've been up for what 8 hours. I couldn't sleep. But the only thing, and if that was that wasn't just weird enough. Um, I last night at about 4:14 or 4:13, was it 4:4? One of them. I fell asleep at about that time. I had a dream that I was on a beach and I was walking in the water, and the water was bluish, and a woman came up to me. She was really short. She was in all red, and she had a red bow in her hair. She had bronze skin. She had silver anklets and bracelets on it, but she had one um, white beaded on her right hand, on her right arm, wrist, and she had blonde ponytail, and she started talking to me, and she had an energy that I've never felt before, and I don't know who it was, but she acted like she knew me, but I don't understand who that was. It was very inspiring because she said no matter what happens, like even though this attack happened to you, you shouldn't don't set it in your mind that all people are like the one that attacked you. Everybody, all humans have that negative part, and eventually it happens, and don't use this experience to not do what you're supposed to be, like be in a pure light and have that fear. And that's kind of what I meant now. I'm grateful it wasn't in anywhere else, but I'm also grateful that it wasn't a woman or a child that had gotten into that position, because what would have happened for them? And I mentioned that to this being, whoever this was. I'm like, well, some things are meant to happen. She said she doesn't know too much about that, if it was meant to happen or whatever. But she said it like that. It was probably to save somebody else, and if that's how it's going to be, then fine, But I've got the wound, and if it happens where it saved somebody, that's cool, you know. At least it was me instead of somebody else. I don't think too negative about it. You know, I take it as a learning experience to a point, you know, and it sucks that it happened, you know. I mean, I was just walking minding my own business, and some dude tried to come at me with a friggin' knife, you know. I mean, what was I gonna do? And out of all of it, I still tried to be very nice and spiritual about it. But at that point too, you've got to realize that if somebody's going to come at you like that, I needed to defend myself. I wasn't going to turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? Because if I turned the other cheek, yeah, I probably would have been not here. I could have had my life ended yesterday.
Absolutely, without doubt, yes. And I thank the good Lord above that you went into fight or flight mode. I told you yesterday what I got from that, and I stand firm. And I totally 100% believe, without doubt, everything that I told you what I got from that yesterday. But yeah, you're very lucky. Absolutely 100% lucky. I'm thankful that I still get to hear your voice. That could have went so many different ways.
Right? And if people
What did you get from it, Heather?
that it's not.
Brim can actually, Miss Diane, Brim, that's
Oh, that's horrible.
he can tell you, but Diane, look at his pinky, look at the next finger. There's nothing there. Then look
Yeah.
at his middle finger there and see where the cut is
Right.
at the end. Then there's one up above. And the way that he did his hands, that hand right there with the way that he blocked, if he shows you, they could have got him right there in his neck.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's horrible.
It is, and you know, and
But
you
I
know,
understand what you mean. If it could have helped somebody else.
and yeah, I'm not in hate about it. I'm more of, I'm not even really mad to the point. I'm disappointed that humanity has gone that far in doing things like that.
Right. I don't think I'd take that path anymore.
No, you know, I really thought, you know, it actually was kind of an awakening for me too because I must I felt maybe I was maybe been on a little cloud and I had more faith in people that stuff like that wouldn't happen. You know, when you're walking and you're minding your own business, that stuff like that wouldn't happen. But no, it was.
Remember, there's no such thing as coincidences, though, Brim.
Yeah.
Right.
There are no such thing as coincidences.
That's right.
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're putting out certain stuff. And right now, with disclosures and everything getting ready to happen, you know what's about to happen. I know you do. And you have to be careful, especially being on a platform that is global. It's global.
Yeah.
And they will shut people up in any way that they can.
Absolutely.
To see something or someone in all black, which it's kind of rare that attacks happen. You know what I told you yesterday. However, it's not unheard of.
But
You've got to be careful with stuff that you're putting out, and you know the views, everything.
it almost felt like they wanted to shut me up. That's exactly what it felt like the entire time. It was like this person really wanted to shut me up.
And it could have been. People are full of rage right now.
There was a lot of rage behind that because
And we're getting ready to come on that specific day that for those 24 hours. It almost reminds me of the movie The Purge.
that's
Oh,
exactly what I thought.
absolutely.
And it's this day, it's going to be, I told you, yesterday, people that are married, people that, think they're in the best relationship, cheating's going to happen. It's just going to be negative. You don't even want to really, you don't want to go out of your house if you don't have to. It's just the date is of the actual day is unclear.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the major test. Are you going to do this or are you going to do that? Like the last temptation of this earth.
And you think that, somebody with a wound like that wouldn't want to keep going. I was like, you know what, bring it on. Even after the attack, even when I was sliced or whatever, I'm like, you know what, bring it on. And the person like, I mean, I actually I pulverized with whatever it was. It almost reminded it it I hate to say this, but it felt like it wasn't human. It
And
almost
it may not have been, Grim.
not human at all because
It wasn't Miss Diane.
It wasn't.
No.
it was not it the way things were happening, the way it was like it was a little odd, and the movements weren't human. The sounds that were coming out was not human. And to this moment, I don't know, but I did not feel a human emotion in that. It was dark rage, intense, shut me up. That's and I don't know, but it felt when I was striking this thing to get this thing away from me. It was not. At first, it was overpowering me, but then I started getting really mad because that happened. Because it attacked me. You know what I'm saying? So I went in full offense mode, and I started, defending myself, this thing off me. But it felt like it was not human. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It was weird. It was just not right.
You need to be careful.
Yeah.
Watch what you're posting. Watch what you're putting out there.
I love people, I don't mind helping anybody, but I'm a little dismayed by this actually because the weird phone calls in the past since I posted the videos, I've gotten weird phone calls. Nobody answers. Even when you call them back, nobody answers. And even the doctor when I went to the hospital, he said that wasn't a straight, it was a ragged. he asked me, did I see what kind it was? I was like, no. It looked like, it almost looked like a short sword with ridges.
If you call back those numbers, you're gonna get a what's the word I'm looking for? It's gonna be like a number that isn't even real.
Yeah, I've called
Try
back some.
calling them back and you're gonna see that you're gonna be like, what the heck? You know, how did I get a phone call from this number? It's not even, it doesn't even exist.
Yeah, that's two of them did that.
Yeah,
The one called me at
I know.
5:11, just before it happened. Um, there was no answer, and when I called back today, I called and it said the number is no service. So I don't know what to think about it, but yeah, the whole thing is just one giant cluster, you know. Got 3 stitches inside, 7 outside. I don't know what else to say about it, but that's what happened.
Well, you really need to be careful.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I would have thought that it wasn't a premeditated thing, but if I was walking down the normal path I was going, I would have thought it was premeditated. You know what I'm saying? But I decided to take another path. That's the only thing that reminds me it wasn't premeditated attack on me, unless I was being followed and they must have used my phone to ping me with that phone call. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, I'm just lucky it wasn't, somebody else they couldn't defend themselves, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Because what would have happened if it was a woman or, a defenseless child going through there and that happened?
Mm. Well, you said you kind of wanted to talk about spiritual things tonight.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about, we're going to talk about spiritual and paranormal. If people would hit the likes and shares, that'd be great. Donations are okay, it could help me to get my medication that I need in my hand. Um, but yes, we're generally going to be talking about spiritual and paranormal things that might happen, even extraterrestrial, if you want to talk about them. We can talk about anything along those lines, kind of like somebody else that comes on here with a big UFO channel, But I also do the paranormal, so
Right.
one up on him.
Well, let me tell you what happened to me back in 2000. I had a carotid artery surgery, and during it, I had an NDE,
Yeah.
and I was standing in front of the most beautiful ocean you've ever seen in your life. It was gorgeous. And I felt so much love and peace. And behind me there was a man that I never saw, but he told me, he said, you can go if you want. And at the same instant, I heard my husband and children out in the waiting room. And I said, I can't leave them. And he said, I know, but you can if you want. And I came back to my body. But it was one of the most beautiful things that I've ever felt. The love that I felt was, I can't even describe it. It was like being hugged by thousands and just cushioned.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that it was a beautiful time, and after that, I've been open ever since.
During our time that we are here or wherever we are, and we are here at school. But during our time here, like, you know how when you go to school, you get vacation time, summer vacation, you know, or
Right.
holidays. When we incarnate here, we are given exit points. And while we do up our contract with God to incarnate here, we may take 2 exit points, we may take 3, we could take 5, you know, and then sometimes they give some. However, we will only be here for the amount of time that we said we would, you know. So if we're sitting at the table with the elders and Jesus and our spirit guides and our animals and whatnot, we say, okay, well, I'm going to be there for 89 years until Monday at 5 p.m. Well, on our 89th birthday, let's say in October 2nd at 5 p.m., we're going to perish.
Right.
Our time's up. But during that time, we have exit points, and that's what you were actually experiencing. That's why when you went home and your spirit guide said to you, it's your choice, you can stay or you can go,
Right.
that's why you were able to go back. Good
Right.
for you. Good for you.
Yeah, I never got that choice. They told me to go back.
Yeah, because it wasn't your time, and you weren't at that crossroad where you know, you were able to have that choice.
Yeah,
You weren't given that. You weren't near an exit point, where Diane was literally at an exit point and was able to make the choice to stay or go, and she chose to go back to her family.
I've often wondered why I didn't go, because it was so peaceful.
You got that little taste of paradise. You got a memory, and that's a blessing. You know, not everybody gets that
Yeah.
at all. You know, some people never get to experience anything, whether it's a paranormal encounter or, you know, being able to have those vivid dreams of family members coming to let you know that they're okay. What a lot of people don't realize is heaven is a carbon copy of where we're at, you know, and it's 3 feet from the ground up. That's why some people feel like they see ghosts floating. No, they're just in a different dimension, you know, that's higher than where we're at right now. And,
Right.
but again, not everybody gets to have, those kind of experiences.
Well, it was beautiful and it changed
Yes.
my life.
That's why we get amnesia when we're born. Being born's the hard part. Passing away is the easiest part of it all, of our whole entire journey. Because 2 minutes before you pass away, you literally step out of your body.
Right.
That's why when people have those near death experiences and they say, I was able to look down or, look and see myself laying there.
I have
Yeah.
a,
Because
And I knew I
you
was
never
gone.
feel pain.
I have a story for you all that I've never told anybody.
Aw.
Um,
Well, it's a pleasure to be a part of your testimony.
Absolutely.
um, we lived in a brush called the Great Brook Valley. It was in Worcester, Massachusetts at the time. And my mom, she wasn't a great mom. She was kind of, the walker on the street, and she always wanted to do a bunch of rugs. You know what I mean? So one day I was in a car seat. I know I was in a car seat, and I was in the back of the car. This is my first time ever being unalive. Um, I was sitting in the back seat and I wanted to go to McDonald's, and I might have been like, I don't remember, I don't know how old I was, but I know I was really young, but I could walk. I know I can walk. That's all I can remember. But I was in the car seat, and the cop pulled my mom over, and he's like, you know how fast they were going. He started getting real rude to her. He took her head and hello, Jolie. He took her head and smashed it up against the steering wheel of the car. My
Mm.
mom, she was in, she was in this. I don't know if she was on drugs or whatever. I don't really know, but she floored the damn thing. She floored the damn speed. I mean, we were going so fast, the car was shaking, and I remember seeing a two something on the car. So we were flying. We had three cop cars chasing us, and I'm in the car seat. I know I was trying to like stop, stop, stop. This is crazy. And next thing I know, the car was, everything went upside down and was spinning like a top. I'm hanging in the car seat, and the car is spinning. And the next thing I know, I'm on this mountain. And everybody, you know about this mountain, but I was on the mountain, and they keep saying, I keep seeing these shepherds. There was two of them on the mountain when I woke up, and I was just a little kid at the time. And they said someone like Enoch is coming, and um, I got up off the grass, and I felt like it was a real place, and because I could feel the grass underneath my feet. You know how like the grass is pointy, you can feel it sharp, kind of. As I was walking, I could feel the air, the wind going across my face and moving my hair, and these two shepherd guys were looking over the mountain, and I was trying to listen to them, kind of eavesdropping. They never turned around. At this point, well, later on they did, but at this point, they never really turned around. They just kept talking about someone like Elijah. He's gonna do this. Enoch. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. And I didn't understand what they were talking about at the time. I do remember some of the conversation. So I started walking around the mountain, and I'm like, this is peaceful. I don't ever want to go home. And this white light came. It was really small, kind of like one of the lights you see like right here on the wall right here. It was kind of like that small. It got bigger and bigger, and it said until it was the size of a person, and then like a figure, and like a light being was standing there, and it said, you know, you need to go back. You have a lot to do. I'm like, but this place is so peaceful. They're like, no, you need to go back. This is just a stopping point for you right now. And we're going to see each other multi times during your life. And I'm like, oh, okay. And at that point, I didn't know what they were talking about, you know. I'm like, okay, you know, being a little kid, I came back and I was in the hospital. I woke up in the hospital like 2 months later and I was in a coma. I came out of it. They put me in foster homes. And that was that part of the story on that part. But I realized in that point that there was more in the universe than that I need to worry about. You know, I wasn't really worried about myself. I was worried about my brothers and sisters because back then I even had a premonition that that I dreamed or I guess it was like a vision that certain things were happening that I needed to tell and share to the world. And when I touched that mountain and I knew I was going to be there, for some reason it was like I called it Prophet Mountain at this point because that's what it felt like. Because every time I've gone to that mountain, I've had, you know, awakenings and prophetic dreams and visions and stuff like that. So I knew that this was a place of a holiness that I'm going to be back here eventually. And it reminded me, you know, thinking about back then, it would kind of remind me like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you know, when they went through the wardrobe, they're like, hey, you'll be back, you know, don't worry, you know, that kind of thing. But I noticed right then and there that I need to change my ways, even being a little child, that I want to help people. I want to be there for people. And I've never really said this to anybody, but this story, because, you know, it's kind of one of those ones where you're not really sure if you want to say anything, but I remember, and I don't remember too much about being a child, because my child was horrible. My childhood was just disgrace. But after, you know, living that for the last 45, 50 years that I've been on this planet, I come to realize that everything has a purpose and a meaning. We're here to learn. Even as a little child, I was still learning. And if that event never happened, I probably wouldn't have gone down the path that I went on, because being a child and being exposed to something that spiritual was kind of an awakening. That was kind of like my first awakening. And that was even before the Godzilla thing, if you know what I'm talking about. With the fire. That was way before that. That was the first memory that I can remember of something happening with me sitting inside of a car seat and the car flipping over, and they said that I passed on, and they put me and the only way to keep me alive was to put me in the coma, and I was in a coma for like 2 months. But then they put me in the foster homes, and you know how that goes with the foster home bull crap. That was the first part of my awakening.
I couldn't even imagine being awake in my dreams as a kid.
No,
You
me
know,
neither.
um, being awake in your dreams as an adult is scary enough, because you don't know if you're awake, if you're sleeping. You just know that you're in this different state of mind, and having that happen as a kid, I couldn't even imagine how you felt.
And that was my first
It's,
experience, is that one. My second experience, this was the fire, which I think everybody know that
yeah.
one. After that experience, after the fire was, um, I think that when I was in a foster home and I was 13 and I talked Aphrodite, and then after that everything started progressing faster and faster. More things were happening and I kept going on the mountain and stuff like that. But that was the very first time I've ever had a spiritual thing happen. And it really confirmed it when that fire happened, when my dad tried to unalive me and burn the place down. And it was really funny because that one light, that being, I know who it is now, and that being has been with me the entire time. So when people say like, and it kind of bugs me when people say like, oh no, you don't have, when like, I know when I was younger, and I really found this really, it kind of bugged me actually, because my life is so traumatic. I went to a psychologist. They stuck me to a therapist psychologist, and I told him, I was like, I see things, I hear things. He's like, well, what do you see? I was like, I see ghosts and other things. He's like, that's weird. Let me prescribe you this.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they're not doing anything bad. And then they told me about, I was hearing voices, and there was that one distinct voice of that woman. I kept hearing it, and that one voice I've heard the entire time since I was a kid. That was the same voice of the one to help me with the fire. That was the same one that was on the mountain with me. And to this day, I can tell you who that voice was. Her name was Aria. And she is one of the Palladian sisters that have always been there with me to guide me on this path that I need to be on. And every time that I've tried to unalive myself when I was younger, she was there.
It's hard for sometimes it's hard for people that don't have the gifts, which everybody does. Some people just don't go through certain experiences that will enable their gifts. Sometimes people that have NDs come back with gifts. You know,
Right.
sometimes, something could happen to somebody as a kid and they're given, they end up with gifts. Sometimes people, that come from a lineage are automatically born with them. Some people develop them later in life. Soon everybody will be able to use their gifts. The world is becoming more spiritual. So it's
Oh,
only a matter
I
of,
believe that 100%.
ma'am.
I said I believe that 100%.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
It'll happen. It's definitely gonna happen. It's just a shame that things were taken away from us. You know, because of the people that run the government.
I've never wanted to be famous. This right here is why I didn't want to be famous.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to be famous because or a leader because look at because stuff like this happens, you know. And this is another reason why I'm only here to share my experiences with others in hopefulness that they will understand and maybe take something away from what I've experienced in my life. That maybe they'll take something away and they will ascend into their higher form and think differently and treat people differently. Because I've never really. I mean, I had chances to be famous, but it's not about being famous for me. It's about helping people, and that's all I've ever wanted to do. I had 13 brothers and sisters. I was virtually a slave. I took care of them with my heart. I was the mother. I was the father. I was the brother. I was everything.
Mm-hmm.
There were 369 rabbits, 12 dogs, a garden, 13 brothers and sisters, and my mom who was always on her back in the bed. I always took care of somebody. And I've always reached out to help people. And if my life of being a servant and servitude to help somebody is fine with me, as long as I'm treated with respect and dignity and honor, I always want to help people. And people go, well, he's only doing this because he wants to be famous. No, this is what happens when you try to be famous. It's not about that.
Yeah, don't look at it as that, because it's not about um, being on here and being famous at all. It's the world's biggest platform. We're all brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Nobody's journey is the same. Everybody's journey is different. There's not two people that is down here to learn the same thing. And that's the beauty of it. If you look at it in a positive way, I may know how to read somebody's energy where you're a dream walker, so we can learn from each other and teach each other and bring each other up because at the end of the day, we're all here to have the same result in the end, which is to love each other, spread the love and light and just live in peace and harmony. Some people don't realize, though, that you've got to break down the old to build up the new. And this is what we're going through right now. We're living in very hard times, but we're also living in very historical times and beautiful times.
Absolutely.
And I've
That's
always,
what we have to keep in mind. It doesn't matter who's bigger or better than the other or who knows more or, who doesn't, just make sure that, you're out there bringing people up to, your level of vibration. Once we all get there and we're all at the same vibration, we've done it. We've made it.
yeah,
It's all about loving each other. It doesn't matter who's bigger, who's better, just love.
that's how I've always
Be in the present moment.
especially when a year ago when I had the infidel on a year ago, I knew that
Bless you.
Thank you.
huh? I knew that was going to be a horrible experience, but I needed to do it because it was something I needed to learn that would help me grow. So did I kind of allow it to happen? I kind of did, but kind of didn't. And I trusted in somebody, and my trust was broken. And then I come to realize that well, you don't have to look to the heavens. You don't need to go to any spiritual person to get all these abilities. All these abilities are inside of you. We all have the same abilities.
Absolutely.
And we're all unique. And we're all unique in our abilities. some of us might have a different power set than another, but we still have them. Like you said, one person might be able to walk trees, another one might be able to see dead people walking, another one might be able to
Yes.
stop time. But we all have to work together as in a collective, as in a unit, as in one, because we are the Alpha, we are the Omega, we are the beginning and we are the end. The universe that we have is inside of us. We are the creators of our universe. It's inside of us. And if we don't start creating that universe inside of us and being the master of our own universe, why do you? And I always wondered why I like He-Man. He picked up his sword and he said, "I have the power. I am He-Man." And I thought about that, and I've always thought about that, and I wonder why I like that. And the reason for that is when he was showing that he didn't need some magic power. The power was always inside of him. And that probably comes up to where I'm going today and watching movies. Like, I know it bugs me, but I've always had to bring it up. Remember the Wizard of Oz, when the house fell on her, she got the ruby shoes, and Gwendolyn, the witch, always she sent her on this mission to go all through follow the yellow brick road, and at the very end, you know, she's like, Dorothy, you had the power all along.
Absolutely,
I would have been
yes.
a little infuriated at that point. I would have smacked her one silly. But
What did
but hold on. And I do, I find it a little bit irritating that Gwendolyn never told her that, but I realized something in that. And I realized that if Dorothy was told in the beginning that she had those abilities to go home, she wouldn't have done it. She had to experience everything in that whole entire movie to understand how to use that, and she had to believe in herself. To believe in yourself is the most strongest thing that you have. And when she clicked her heel 3 times, she really wanted to go home. She believed it. And so she clicked her heels 3 times and she went home. And that's what happened. She has the power within inside of herself to go home.
but that hasn't that message been brought to here? Didn't Jesus, when he walked this planet, didn't he say to us, seek and you shall find the truth?
Yes, yes,
It's all
great.
within
No
yourself.
more to you.
It's all within yourself. His message was very, very simple.
Exactly. Like
Goodbye, others. Believe in yourself. Believe in me. Believe in my teachings and come home. But with dogma, with religion, with certain things that you've been brought up to believe, it's very hard to find the most simplest thing.
okay, the
And
first
that's the love and the power that you possess in yourself.
apparently also treaded on water has not yet been proven. Well, Jesus was a being, and it was written in Roman text about Jesus. I've looked at many cultures, and just because the name of Jesus is not in there, he went under another name, and he had different names, and different perceptions of different cultures have different perceptions of that.
Yeah, he's Buddha, he's Jesus, he's Yeshua, he's all that. Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of people always want to say something about this Jesus. I've had it with that oh, that Jesus wasn't here. You know what? Jesus is like the aliens and everything else. It's all in how people perceive it. Jesus was a person that walked this planet. You want to believe it or not, you can go ahead and do that. But I'm going to tell you that the Romans stated that Jesus was there, and a bunch of other witnesses that say that Jesus was there. As did he have all these abilities and all this? He most likely did, because he was a light worker and he was about the light. He didn't go around preaching all this bull crap that all these other people were preaching. And you got the Roman Catholics. Yes, the Roman Catholics are. I don't associate with them anymore. But in many cultures, you have different perceptions of different kinds of things. Some people might call, oh, that's a god. Oh, that's an alien. Oh, that's that. But they're all really the same thing. If you look at all the many cultures, you've got pyramids, you've got ancient scripts, you've got Tupatate or whatever the hell it's called over there, Easter Island. You've got all these things, and they're all got writings of different kind of beings, but they're all the same. And that's what people got to realize. You can't take one part of a story and live by that part. You have to take the whole thing. You want to learn something, you have to look. Don't be so narrow-minded. And a lot of people are narrow-minded. You have cave drawings. Yeah, exactly. You have cave drawings. You've got temples. You've got ancient scriptures all over the place. Tablets, scrolls. They all say the same thing. And if you choose not to believe that and to believe in one thing, that's being pretty narrow-minded, because there's a lot of things out in that universe. If you think that you're the only human and the only planet with billions and billions of stars, and you think that you're the only one, that is pretty narcissistic. And you know what? I don't believe that. Because a lot of people want to say, oh, well, he only created us. No, he didn't. He is a creator. What does a creator do? He creates. Because if you look at the first part in the Bible, you look at Genesis, it goes, let us create man in our image, in our likeness. That means there was more than one. There was more than one. And the one God that's in that Bible is a creator. But then you notice you got certain other little aspects of the little tidbits that are thrown in. I'm a jealous God. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. If you choose to believe that, so be it, you know. That is how you want to perceive yourself, and you want to believe that, that's cool, you know. I'm not faulting you for that. If that's what you believe, so be it. I am a person that's going to walk in the light and the spirituality the best I can, and I'm there to help anybody that I can. If it's by my words, by my actions, I will do what I can to help anybody. And I've always said to myself that I want to help people with my words, my actions, and that's all I've ever wanted to do. And I want people to have an open mind. Just not look at one part of the spectrum. You have a wide world
Absolutely, yes.
of the spectrum. You've got all these. You see all these stars? If you just focus on this one star, you're just going to believe this one star. What's around it? Billions of other ones. You're telling me that on this little sun right here, there's a little speck right here. It's called Earth. And you see all these other things. Do you think for one moment that you're the only one there? You guys are the only humans? No. But that's kind of what a lot. I mean, you can walk on water. There's been, and that's actually been proven. I don't know how, but if you look at how the Shaolin monks, look at how they've done their priesthoods, and how they've been. Those monks on the mountain, they can sit outside, not freeze, for hours and hours and hours on end. Where some people would get hypothermia and they would get sick. They don't. Look at how you got a monk in a monastery. They hit these people with everything that they got, and they don't feel a thing. It's in your mind. It's all in your mind and how you perceive it. If you perceive it's gonna hurt, it's gonna hurt.
Yes.
If you perceive it's not, it's not. You are the creator of your own universe, and that is the fact. The source, the creator, and God is a guide. It's there to help you. and you manifest it. Where do you get that manifest to your own universe? By the power. Where's that power come from? The divine being, the creator, God, source, whichever you decide you want to call it. That is how you learn to be better. You work with the universe, you work with the energies, you work with the universe. The more you fight against the universe, the more it's going to harm you. The universe is not going to give you something you cannot handle. It's like a mother is trying to teach her child. She's going to teach that child what she can handle or he can handle. They're not going to overwhelm that child. I've never been really into the whole state thing. The whole state marriages and stuff like that. I've never really believed in that bullcrap. I think that if you're in love and you like Jesus saying, who was it? When God said, "Don't come to me with an impure heart and an unclean heart. Come to me with a pure heart." He doesn't want to hear bullcrap. It's the same thing when you want to go to heaven. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be disappointed because they're going to go, "Oh, well, I did this in heaven. I did that in heaven. I did this on earth. I did that. I did this. I did that." But did you do it out of love or greed? Did you do it for yourself or for others? A lot of people are going to be deceived.
Yes, because you must be here to be of service to others. You need to be of service to others, for others, and for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, being of service is one of the most important things we can do.
Amen, sister. Amen.
Even in the Bible, it talks about what will. And see, here's another thing, and a lot of people don't want to realize that are Christians that they're going to be judged too. Just because there's the balance between good and evil, and you're going to be in the book of life, you're still going to be judged. And what are you going to be judged on? Your works. What are your works? The things you've done on earth to help people. That's going to be your greatest reward.
You also have a lot of humans here, and this is kind of where I feel, and it's totally how I feel. I feel bad for a lot of the humans that are not awakened, because the one thing that religion teaches is that you are judged when you cross over and go home. And there's going to be somebody that's standing there at the gate that's going to say, "Well, you know what? Look here, Diane, you just didn't help, Betty out down the road. So guess what? You don't get to come into heaven, so see you later." It's not even like that, when
That's what we're taught. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's so sad, because that is so not true in the least. And you, Miss Diane, you had an, NDE, so you are one person that has that testimony. Guess what? No, you do get to go home, because it's us that judges ourselves. When we cross over, we sit back down with the elders and with our guides, with Jesus, with, Betty Lou down the road, or, Sherry Ann, who was our mother in our lifetime, that we incarnated here. We are the ones that judge ourselves. We are the ones that say, "Man, gosh, Mark over there had a flat tire. And instead of going out with Peter to the bar, I should have walked over and said, 'Hey, do you need help with that flat?' So next time I'll try harder, but I gave it my best."
Right. That's right.
What happens, it's not this, way where, the fear of God is put into you, where you're living this strict life because you're so, and you don't get to really live because you're so afraid to live and be yourself because you're afraid you're going to make a mistake or you're going to, break a commandment. I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic schools, but as I started to grow up and I started going through my awakening period, and the Catholic religion just wasn't for me. It felt more like a cult. And that brought a lot of animosity between my father and I right now. You would think we're the best of friends, but I had to explain, hey, look, you're my earthly father. That's my earthly mother. You are my earthly brothers and sisters. This is my journey. I have to be me. I have to live it. And I went out and realized by reading different scriptures from different religions, the Muslims, just everything, the end result everybody's trying to get to is the same. You have all these religion wars going on, which is just ridiculous. It's the end result's the same.
There's actually two judgments, and a lot of people
absolutely none of your business. Absolutely.
There's a judgment if you go to heaven, and then Christians themselves get judged. And a lot of the Christians and a lot of light workers don't want to accept that fact. And you're going to be judged on your works, what you've done on this planet. You're going to be judged for that. You will go to heaven if you're in that book of life, but you will get another judgment. You'll get the judgment of works and of what you did on that planet. Did you do it for you, or did you do it for everybody else? And there is where he said, we're going to be judged on our works, and a lot of people don't want to accept that fact. They just want to be under the delusion, oh, I'm going to get to heaven. That's it. I'm going to get everything I want. I'm going to go to heaven, blah, blah, blah. But no, you're still going to get judged. And everybody is going to know all the bad things you did and all the good things you did. Nothing will be hidden when you go to heaven or in the spiritual higher place. You will get a new body and a new name. But everybody will still know that energy and all that you did in that life, they will know it. And a lot of people don't want to accept that.
Well, like Heather, I studied all different religions because I wanted to know. But for myself, I mean, I know Jesus exists. I know that God exists. Whether you call him creator or whatever, doesn't matter what you call him.
Absolutely.
So, Heather, I was going to ask you, I've got 3 great-granddaughters that are all indigo children. They're precious. But now one of them's mother tries to suppress her a lot. And it just breaks my heart.
Yes. These last 3 waves, you have the indigos, you have your rainbows, you have these last 3 waves of kids that are coming in are very, very spiritual.
Very.
At any way, and I'm almost positive that Brim would even agree with this. Please try to allow her not to do that, because you're going to hear things. You're going to get messages from all 3 of them. From all 3 of them. If you pay attention to them when they talk, they're going to tell you things.
Yes, I believe that.
And pay attention. Pay attention. They are going to have a lot to do with this world changing. All of these kids that are coming in. But when you're with her, just listen to her. Listen to what she has to say. Talk to her. Allow her to be herself, because that's exactly what she's trying to be.
Absolutely.
See that. You yourself can see that.
The 3-year-old, A funny story. My granddaughter picked her up from daycare one day, and as they were going home, they live right outside Houston.
She sees her spirit guide a lot.
Yeah, yeah, she does.
Yes.
And when they were going home, she told her mother, she said, "Stop, Mama, stop." And she said, "What do you mean, stop?" And she said, "I need to play with my friends." They were at a cemetery. And it freaked my granddaughter out bad.
Because she sees. She's a seer.
Yeah. She actually has seen my husband several times. And she tells them he's sitting there. And they won't believe her.
Aw.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Diane, that's sad.
It breaks my heart. Yeah.
Each child, and each person, we're on a different vibration. Some of us are on the same vibration, but a lot of us are on different vibrations. And what we have to do is we gotta try to balance out our vibrations on the same frequency because some are higher, some are lower. And that is why, like, like you say, I'm walking in the cemetery. I might be able to smell that there's a being around. Somebody might see one. Somebody might hear one. That's because we're all on different frequencies, and our energies are on a frequency and a vibration that it's not able to allow us to see or smell or hear. That's why I've always wanted to bring it all together as one, where we could all be equal as one, with be able to see, be able to hear, and smell all these things at once. And that's the problem with the spirituality. There's a lot of people on different vibrations, and I've noticed that a lot of people that are on these vibrations, some of them, have an ego trip and think they're better than everybody else instead of using themselves and saying, "Hey, I'm just like you. I'm equal. I'm walking this planet like you. We are equal. We're all here for a purpose, and that is to help us as a human race to evolve, to be better." And when we don't do that, we're not just letting ourselves down, we're letting everybody down. Even the divine beings up in there, up in heaven, whatever, they're all looking at us and going, "Hey, work together." Because if we can accomplish and work together, we can accomplish magnificent things. If we keep going on this whole diversity and not working together, oh, you're a Roman Catholic monastery, whatever. And I am a Baptist, blah, blah, and I'm this and I'm that. I'm Muhammad, I'm a Jumaha, or I'm this, I'm that. That is not going to get you anywhere at the end of the day. The main focus is working together, even if you have different perspectives. Use the perceptions and the perspectives that you have to unite as one. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but you also have to have you really need to be in the same vibrational. Absolutely none of your business. That came straight from the mouth of God. You can't be around some that are positive and then some that are somewhat positive but still have that little negative aspect to them, which may be jealousy, or they just don't know how to mind their own business, whatever the case may be. Everybody has to be on the same wavelength. You can't have anybody that has even the slightest little amount of negativity in them.
Thank you for the
It's
love.
got to be, and that's what we're striving for. And it's going to be very, very tough to get there, because that's exactly how Jesus was when he walked this planet. There was nothing negative at all about him. Did he get upset? Yeah, he got upset, but he didn't have a negative bone in his body.
No, none.
He didn't have a negative thought. It wasn't, hey, hi, how you doing, Miss Diane? And then Diane's gone. Man, she's the worst. Oh my God. You can't be like that. And if you're saying that you are when you're not, you also need to think about the one thing that Jesus couldn't stand was a hypocrite. Mean what you say and say what you mean, period.
That's right. That's right.
Because I remember when he was hanging on the cross, what did he say? Forgive them, they know not what they do. And together, there will be all as one. And that's what we need to do. We need to be all as one. It doesn't matter what religion you are. What matters is we need to work together and be one. As in the spiritual being that we are. And the only reason why people are so diverse is because human thoughts have interceded and put that diversity in there. We have to rise above that and work together as one.
Absolutely. It's hard work, but you can do it. People can do it. You can get there. You just have to, if you even come across, somebody who's being negative just in the little, and because you will, especially being an empath and none your business. I know where I'm coming from on this. You will start to literally be able to feel when somebody comes in, even through social media. You're still getting that vibration. You will be able to start to feel the negativity around you, and you will start to separate from that. And it could be a best friend, that you've known for all your life, but then you just go around them after not being around them for so long, and you realize, wow, this was a negative Nancy all the time. I love you. I care about you as a brother or sister, but we're just not at the same vibration anymore, and you need to move on. It doesn't mean that, they're a bad person or whatever, but they're not on the same vibrational level. And if you don't, start excluding them and just having to walk away, God will, the more spiritual you become on your journey, God will start removing those people from your life. You'll start to see people just going away because you have started to become on to go down a different path than Betty Lou has.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I put myself in a little glass box to keep the negative out.
Yes, you have to.
Yeah.
Every morning when you get up, just ask God to surround you with the white light of the Holy Spirit and keep all negativity away from you. And that will happen.
Absolutely.
They may peek their head in once in a while, and that's okay. That's okay. But you want to have yourself around people that are just going to bring you up, bring your vibration up. You never want to go down to someone's vibrational level. You want to bring them up to yours, because in the end, we're all going to, we're all going to the same place, but if you can help that person out a little bit on your way and on their journey, hey, the more the merrier, because we want to make this a better place. We want to live in peace and harmony. We want to, be able to walk out our front door and hear the birds whistling, the rainbows and the unicorns. As corny as that may sound, but that's what we're all trying to get to is eternal peace.
Well, we
And
came
we
here to
gotta
learn.
Yes, and that's what we're doing. Yes. And some people may have harder lessons to learn than others. It doesn't make them worse than you or, better than you. We're all here learning different things at different times,
Yeah.
in our life. Betty Lou down the road may have seen more in 13 years of being alive, God forbid, than, I have being 55.
Right.
As terrible as that sounds, but that is how some people's journeys are going. But you have everything that you go through in your life, you have set up for yourself to learn. That's why forgiving yourself for your mistakes is the most important thing that you want to do.
Right.
Don't worry about, what somebody thinks about you, because what they do think about you really is truly none of your business. But if you have hurt somebody in your path, yes, tell them, hey, I apologize for what I've done, but make sure that you apologize and continue to love yourself, because in the end, it's what you and Source himself think about. It's what you guys think about yourself at the end of the day.
Right.
If you can live with what you've done. Me personally, I'm like, what would Jesus do? WWJD, what would Jesus do?
Absolutely.
And it's never steered me wrong.
And it always John 3:16, but everybody always wants to forget John 17, which is more important too. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son. Whoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. But here's the part that always should go with that one too. For he did not send his Son into the world to condemn it, but to save it through him. And when he said that, and those words right there say, for he did not send his Son into the world to condemn it, but to have life through him. Through him means the spiritualness, the love, the compassion, the admiration, the works. We want to be Christ-like. We can never be a Jesus. We can be like him.
Absolutely.
People don't understand that concept.
We will never be him. We can strive to be like him. We will never be him, but that's what we aim for.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do. And we will never truly, wholly get there. We can get very close.
The reason why he said Christ-like is because we are unique.
It's Christ consciousness, yes.
We are unique in our own individual journeys and our own lives, and we're all individual spirit. We have to be like Christ. Means in that Christ consciousness of love and compassion and all that. We are a unique individual, and we need to be that. You can say all you want. Like some people can say, I can read the Bible, I can read this script here, I can read the Emerald Tablets. You can read that stuff 1,000 times, but do you truly really understand the meaning behind it, or do you live it? Do you breathe?
Well, the thing is, we can all read the same passages and get different meanings from them.
Because we're all unique.
That's right. And we're all learning, finding our own way.
And everything that happens in your life is a stepping stone to make you a greater person.
It is. I wonder sometimes about some of it, but it definitely is something that we have to do in order to grow.
Whatever resonates with you, whatever makes you feel the best, Diane, is what you go with and stick with, because you need to remember this is your journey. This is your movie and you're the star of it. So what you see, what you feel, what you believe will totally become your reality. And that's
Absolutely.
exactly where you want to be. And you want it to always constantly be in the moment. What happened in the past, let it go. The future, let it go. It hasn't happened yet. And your future could change at any second.
Did you know the human body has a tree of life in it?
Yes, it does. Amen. Right there, brother. Yep.
All of our nerves are just like the tree of life. Everything,
Yeah.
everything in this planet is a representation of a human in some way. Think about that one.
I'll give you something else to ponder. Every mother has their child's DNA in them until the day they die. I'm talking about the day the mother dies. We all have that little spark of DNA that came from our children. And it's a pretty glorious thing if you think about it.
And I always said, look within yourself. That is where everything lies. Accepting who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a man. Doesn't matter if you're a woman. What matters is what feels right with you. And what resonates with you.
You know, Brim, you've got some spammers in here.
Well, I think my mods better get to work.
I've been trying.
I didn't know if you knew them or not. I don't know who comes in your lives or not. Um, I know none your business. She's been in here chatting.
Yeah, she's
So
this
Divine
divine
Mother.
mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I apologize, Divine Mother, but you got to go, honey. Bye.
Yep.
And Rachel's okay, correct?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rachel's great.
Okay. I just saw her say I'm also a friend of Diane and Brem's.
Yeah, she's great. She's a sweetheart.
Most like that kind of
I apologize. Brem, I thought she was another psychic in here just reading none you.
some people like that do that spamming like that. They can be blocked.
Yeah.
But most people, I don't. I like if that other crew comes in, I don't care. But if they get out of hand, just mute them.
All right.
Okay.
But if you're gonna get spammers, I ain't dealing with spammers. They off.
Right.
Because I want to have this as a safe space for everybody to come up and explain and talk about their spiritual journeys and their spiritual life and their paranormal or extraterrestrial, whatever it might be. I want to have this as a safe space, because some of these people with these bigger lives, they don't get a chance to ever speak their words. They're always Like, oh, I'll get you up, or you never get up at all. Or, they ask a question and then never have that chance to get an answer, That's why I created this safe space here because a lot of these bigger ones want to just, some are ego driven and some just don't see enough people in their lives that they can't focus on them all. So
No,
that's why I did this. I don't mind being a little guy with a little much people as long as I'm helping somebody. That's all that matters to me. If I could help one person and if I could have four people in there and help one person, I take that as a victory. If I have
Amen. Yes.
50,000 people in there and I help 20, I'll take that as a win too. And I'm always about helping people, and I think that's what we should do, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. I have my way of doing things. Some people might go, well, why do you not block these people? Why do you not block them? There's a method to what I do. I'm not allowing them certain things. I'm not going to allow them to take my energy and use it for their own, if you know what I'm talking about. Because I know at the end of the day that they have, like my favorite movie, The Labyrinth, they have no power over me.
no, not unless you give it to them. They don't.
Yep.
Never fear anything that you may go through. Try your best not to fear the unknown. And I know that could be hard and intense for some people. But the more that you live fearless, and I know this may be hard for some people to believe, but life becomes so much more freer, and you will live more. You will live more in the present. You will find that your life becomes living fearless. I don't know how else to explain that.
Well, I think you did a good job at it.
It becomes more personal to you. You start to see things just brighter, different, more alive. You feel life more
Yeah.
because it's all mental.
Well,
Living a human life. Some people don't realize and are not able to comprehend that we are a spiritual entity living a human life. We are not a human living a spiritual life. We are spiritual beings living and experiencing a human lifetime. No more, no
Absolutely.
less. And once you're able to grasp that, your senses become more alive.
and a lot of
When
people,
you're crossed over, when people get to graduate from school here and they go home, they are much more alive than we are, living a human experience, because you tend to hold on to earthly possessions, which include people.
It dulls us down.
Yes, it does. And we are the ones, because we can't use all of our senses to the fullest, we are the ones that are actually, I don't want to say unalive, but we're not fully alive.
Right.
And that's why when our loved ones graduate and are able to go home, they're able to still see us. They can sit right next to us. They can hold our hand. They can brush the back of our hair. They can, play with the lights. They can leave money everywhere. They can, do things that we don't understand because we have human amnesia at its finest. That's the only way I know how to say it.
And a lot of people want to live in fear, and when you live in fear, it's not good at all because, you take that fear, whatever you fear, you got to overcome that fear. Write that fear down on a piece of paper and burn that fear and say, I don't have that fear no more. Because if you don't grow and get stronger past that fear, you're never going to achieve what you want to achieve at all.
Try not watching the news for about 2 weeks. Try not looking on the internet on Google and seeing all of the stuff that's out there to keep your mind preoccupied. Just stay away from any kind of media at all, obviously, except for TikTok, right? But no, seriously, stay away from all of that stuff and watch how your mind, just in that little bit of time, rejuvenates itself. Watch how you start thinking because you're not having all of that information put into you. You're
Right.
not having that fear mongle of the news and, hearing, how 50 people just died over here and you got this going on over here in this state. Stay away from all of that and literally see what happens to you.
Yeah.
You'll never watch the news again. What you don't know doesn't hurt, and fear can't be put in you.
And
You're
then
not hearing it, you're not seeing it,
you
you're
can watch
not living it for that moment
fear.
where your heart's sinking into the pit of your stomach. Oh my God, really? That just happened. And then you're thinking about all of that, the death, the this, the that. Don't listen
Exactly.
to it for a couple of weeks.
Thank
Try a
you.
month. Yeah,
I love that song.
absolutely. It sure
The
does.
universe is not going to give you stuff that you can't handle. Everything that God, source, or the universe, whatever you want to call it, gives you, you can overcome that. It's been put there for a reason, and you can overcome that. It's nothing you can't handle.
That's true. It has been put there for a reason. You also have to remember, too, this planet was given to Satan, whatever you want to call him. This is his playground. That's why they cannot do anything. The government, nobody can do anything unless they tell it to us first. So, i.e., you have The Simpsons. Some people think the creator of that show's a time traveler. Some people think that he's a psychic. But you watch that from, the get go and look at everything that they say is going to happen. You have them 20 years ago predicting stuff,
Yeah.
I don't watch The Simpsons, but you can see everything on, you can see the clips on TikTok.
Right. And it bugs me that some people say, well, you're not a part of this group. Now, see, to me, that is a whole way of thinking that's stupid because I can pick up certain people that are on this app that go, well, you're not part of this group. And
If
that right there is just stupid because to me, we're all part of a group. We're all part of the greater masterpiece of the puzzle that's the universe itself. We
well,
all are our own unique piece of the puzzle that fits into this universe. We don't want to be a carbon copy of another piece because if you're a carbon copy of another piece, you're not going to be able to fit into that one place because somebody else is going to take that space. It's going to fit in that puzzle. You have to be your own unique self. and be who you are. That's why I've always said, remember who you are and be who you are. Because, and I also like this part that was in a movie a long time ago, called it Back to the Future, when um, Dr. Emmett Brown, he said it best. He said, Marty, your future is unwritten. You're the one who makes your future and make it a good one. And those words stuck with me for a while, and I thought about that. We are the ones that make our future because we have that free will to do that. We can choose to be the good, we can choose to be bad. We can choose to have that balance of good and evil. And we also do need that, and a lot of people that are in this light work community and a lot of people in these religions want to say, oh, well, you can't be in the dark and you got to be all in the light. If you were all in the light, then you would be useless. Like, remember when Jesus said, what did Jesus do when he was back in his time? Did he go off into the synagogues and pull apostles out of there and disciples? No, he didn't. He went to the worst of the worst. He found them people. He found the worst of the worst and brought them to a higher evolution of what they were into almost a divine being of light and love and compassion. And that is how we are meant to be.
Absolutely.
And they learned that walking and being like Jesus in the divine light is what we all need to be.
I mean, and you're 100% correct. I just realized that Diane had left. I hope she comes back. She's very awesome. With what you said about somebody saying that, you don't belong, if I came across somebody who made a comment like that, I would probably have to say, please excuse yourself from this group because the way I see it is you don't belong. Because every entity that God made belongs. So that person themselves is probably not a good fit. Everybody belongs in my book. That's a shame that somebody would even be able to say such a thing.
Just because, just because you
That
don't
would be jealousy, and jealousy is the devil at his finest.
Exactly. Just because you don't.
She is. She's still here. Okay, good.
Just because you don't fit their narrative, they say, well, you're not part of us. Well, I'm part of Christ consciousness. I don't have to be a part of you. I'm here for a greater purpose.
Right. And everybody should be, in some aspect or the other, that you're surrounding yourself with.
Hello, Heather.
Be in that same vibrational level somewhere.
And nice to see you, Heather. Long time no see. Heather's great because she can sing.
Aw, bring her up.
You ever heard Heather?
She's great to me. We have the same name.
Yeah, she's a very
Yes, Diane, we are.
I've always admired her. She's got like a wonderful voice, and she's a very wonderful person.
That's why that's why you never judge a book by its cover. Just because you may see, somebody out there sitting on the sidewalk, looking like they just climbed out of a trash can, they're still your brother, they're still your sister, just to say, hey, that may brighten up their day. Take the time, take those 2 seconds to say, hey, because once you walk past and you turn around with that look, you're going to think to yourself, man, why didn't I just say hi? Why didn't I give him a piece of pizza,
Yeah, every little action is, you're going to get a reaction. If you want to give out a positive, if you want to get a positive reaction, then you got to be positive. Because I call it the ripple effect. If you do something positive, it's going to trickle on down the line.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, if you're negative, that's going to trickle down the line. You have to use your individual self and actually, do the good thing if you feel it's right for you to do. And if you feel that negative, you've got to transmute it and throw it back and say, I don't need this. And a lot of people don't do that. They live with it.
Yeah, that's sad. I couldn't imagine. Mm.
So every action is a reaction.
So true. So true. Are you inviting Miss Heather up, or?
I did. I don't know. She probably booted. But only up here it shows 4 people in the room. But I
I'm
know
seeing 10.
TikTok has really messed the thing up lately. It doesn't show you everybody in the room anymore. It's really weird.
Yeah, but think about it though. If the grid's getting ready to go, I don't know why I'm whispering like it's a secret. If the grid's getting ready to go, that's why there's all this, stuff happening.
Yeah.
That's what I'm feeling. That's what, can you believe we are already at August 27th and this year hasn't even started? I am so not looking forward to the next couple months.
I'm not looking forward to November, I tell you that. I so really do not want to. It only shows in the room, but for
Hey Trina, get her up here. She ain't in the box.
no,
Come on up, Trina.
Trina don't like to come in the box.
Why?
She doesn't like. I don't know. Maybe because she has a PTSD from somebody else.
Well, she should know that she's in a safe spot.
A lot of people have that trauma.
Did you start stocking up on anything?
Yeah, actually, I've been pushing going to food banks and stuff like that. So I'm building up a supply.
Remember, have water for at least 30 days.
I'm a good co-leader. And it always infuriates me when, I see these people and they're so ego driven. It's like, how, I don't understand people's egos. How is it,
Yeah,
people,
but let the ego go. Stop that. How many times have we spoke about that? Let it go. You're only bringing your vibrational level down. It's like you're on a roller coaster going up and down. Be in the present. Let the past,
I'm not
and
talking about that person. I'm
yeah, I
talking
know. I know you're not that necessarily that, but with the ego stuff, past, present, future, whatever, let the ego go. Let it go. Because with that ego can bring in negative aspects, and you want to let that you don't want to have anything to do with that.
no,
Even people can have a spiritual ego. People can think they're too, um, you know, good of a spiritualist, so that can go both ways. You can think it's a good thing, but it's not at all.
Exactly.
You're not too big, and but you also don't want to be too small. You want to be right there in the middle. You want to be that teacher, and you are a good teacher. Very good. You know, but you don't want to think that you're better than anybody else. You don't want to have that ego. You've got to get rid of it.
I don't have that ego. I've never had an ego. I'm just saying in general because a lot of people have these egos, and they're letting people astray. That's what bugs me the most about that. That's the only reason why I bring up ego is because a lot of people got these egos, and they're misinforming people, and they're giving them too much information that's overloading their minds, and they don't know which way they're going, so they end up dropping it all together. And that's doing things. That's another reason why I want to have this platform on here because I notice a lot of people on this site are a lot of ego and
Yeah.
and that's the part that bugs me the most because I feel a lot of people are being led astray and being led down a path of darkness and being misled. And then, that is a form of manipulation, kind of like what I was saying before, was that Denise had told me that a lot of people are being misled by negative things, but they can't see it because these positive insights that these people think they're throwing out, but they're not because of their egos. And that is another thing, and then that's why I'm against that because I want, like I said, I want to help people and have everybody be equal.
Right.
And I will bow to the end of my days that we all need to be equal. I am no better than anybody else. I just know maybe a little bit differently. I think a little bit differently. That's the only thing. I have different abilities. I think differently. That's the only difference between me and you and everybody else. We're just working on a common ground to better everybody else, and that's what I think we should do. Not saying, oh, well, I'm this, I'm that, and I'm going to teach this, and you listen to this, and don't you listen to that person, and don't listen to that person. No, that's not how you need to do it. You need to let the people be themselves, but guide them.
Exactly, because people grow in different ways. Some people bloom early in life, some people, may bloom a month before they graduate, being on this planet. Everybody learns in different ways. That's why it's so important, that people understand it's okay to help others. It's okay to give your opinion. It's okay to have that talk, but you also want to have clarity that you're, being your authentic self, because being on a platform like TikTok is such, you do have a lot of scammers out there. You do have a lot of people that are trying to make money off of, that one person that may just not have, 15, $20 to get a reading, and they just got to know, hey, did Grandma Sue pass okay? Or did my hubby or my wife know that I love them? And they're, well, you give me $30 and I'll let you know. Stop that. That's your sister or your brother. If you have the ability to sit and say, hey, look, yeah, Grandma, said she loves you, and, she also wanted to say, hey, sunshine, given that clarity that's, yeah, that was Grandma. She's the only one that called me sunshine. Holy cow. Why not just ease their soul, ease their heart? You know, you were that person at one point in time.
Yeah.
You know, you were them. Help them out. You know, you're helping out yourself. You're doing good for others. You know, but soon enough, everybody will be able to, you know, it's just a matter of I'm seeing a year or two before, you know, maybe even less because heck, a year's becoming a month is becoming a week's becoming a day, you know, a day you're pretty much getting up to go right back to sleep. You know, time is becoming null and void right in front of, you know, everybody.
Yeah.
Some people are seeing it, some people aren't, you know, but that's all, you know, that we just need to do is help each other wake up. The ones that aren't awake, and heck, let's get you woke. You know, let's help you. It's okay. We are actually living in very beautiful times right now. Like I said earlier, we just have to break down the old to build up the new, and that's what we're doing. You know, right now, Mother Earth, you know, like when you give a dog a bath and it goes to shake off that excess water and those fleas and all, you know, that's what's happening right now. You know, negativity's going slowly but surely.
Yeah.
We just got to keep the negative and the negative way and the positivity up at its finest. And with just loving each other and helping each other out and being that support system. You know, I wish we all could just grab a hold of each other's hands and, you know, everybody just know it's okay. We got this.
And you know,
We will make it out of here okay. We are going to do that.
and I don't know where it came from, but I'm going to share this. You know, everybody says about a trinity and how things work in threes. Well, if you think about this, if to make a human body complete, you always need circles of threes. Like, let's go with the first part first. You eat, you smell. Well, no, you eat. Oh no, you talk, you listen, and what else do you do? You see. That is a part
Right.
of
You feel, you taste.
that's part of communication, where you speak the words, you hear the words, and you can see the person, the way they're moving.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the body. Now, what three things you need for the body to work? You need your brain, your heart, and what else? Your lungs to breathe. 3 in 1. It's always 3.
Mm-hmm.
3 in 1. And what does that come out to be? 6. 6 individual parts. What are the other 3 parts? Your soul, your body, what else? The essence of who you are. There's your 369.
Hmm. That's very interesting.
I don't know, that just came to me. That just came to me. I heard a voice and that's exactly what I got.
I was hearing the last 3 waves of these kids coming in. They are the spiritual of. They are the most spiritual of the spiritual. Wow.
And speaking of that, we're going to go back to that for a moment. You know, when did the waves start coming in? The waves started coming in after the boomers. Why do I say that? Because right now, basically Generation X is called the golden. They're the golden children. And we are here holding place getting ready to unleash that power to the younger generation. That is why we're still here, to help guide them into the next evolution of mankind.
The ones that are coming in right now are of the most spiritual. They're going to be the ones that are going to help, as well as ourselves, but they are going to be the ones that are going to make the change. They're the ones that are going to literally change the world.
Yeah.
You have the truth seekers that are out there right now, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be learning a lot of what we are right now. You know, I mean, it has sped up this planet so quickly. I mean, we're jumping timelines right and left. Whoop, there goes one. I mean, that's how quickly we are literally jumping timelines. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's totally crazy.
There's a lot, I mean, like, there is.
Like that commercial I told you about this morning, the Disney commercial. I've never seen a red dragon flying around Disney World.
That was the only time I've ever seen the red dragon flying around Disney World was when they were pushing Mulan, and it was supposed to be, instead of Tinkerbell, it was whatever the hell that damn dragon, Mushan. That was the only dragon I've ever seen fly around Disney. At the time, Disney itself has gone down the toilet.
Mm-mm. Yeah, after finding out a lot of what I did, I don't
Heathens.
really have anything to do with Disney World anymore.
I mean, and you spoke about earlier, you spoke about that Satan can't do this and that without telling us. That's true. But you know who else he can't? He has to get permission from. Satan, devil, darkness cannot do anything without an okay from God. That's why I
Absolutely.
say that we
Excuse me.
he allows things to happen because he knows we can handle it. If we can't handle it, he's not going to allow that to happen.
That is so true. I firmly believe that.
Why does he allow that to happen? To make us greater. Because when we go up into heaven or we ascend into the higher realm of existence, what are we going to do? We're going to go down and we're going to help little Betty down here.
Mm-hmm.
Little Betty's going to go, hey, Heather, little Betty here, her mommy died of cancer. Can you go down and help her? Why? Because you experienced that in your life and you know how to handle it better than somebody else could. So they're going to send you down there to help little Betty. Little Johnny over here, his life was a living hell. Okay, let's go over here and send Grim. Grim goes down and helps little Johnny. Little Johnny becomes a better person. He's got to go in his life. It's a circle of life. We're just another form of an angel, part of the creation. You know what I'm saying? Because don't you think for one moment that the angels had they had went through this process, or the beings before them they had went through the process, and the beings before them they went through the process. This is just another stage of human evolution, and when we get to that point, we're going to be guiding these people, the new beings, into the new era, and issuing them and he's going to keep on creating. A creator does not stop creating. A creator creates. Why? Because he wants to create beautiful things. You are an artist, right? You're a painter, Heather. You like to paint. Are you
Right.
going to create one painting? Are you going to create many paintings? Is it going to be the same painting, Heather? Or is it going to be different iterations of that painting? That is how God thinks when it comes to that. He's going to create different things. And that is what we are. We are part of a creation, a process to install and to be a better divine being than what we are now. And this is a school. Why are we here on earth? To learn, to be better. Why does James the Rabbit Hole? Why does he come in? Because he wants to be a better individual and bug the hell out of me sometimes and drive me crazy.
How are you, James, my brother? It's always a pleasure to see you, my love.
He likes to come out of his rabbit hole with a little podcast and drive me insane sometimes. But if he is a person of light. He is a person of spirituality.
Absolutely.
We
Yes.
resonate with each other to a certain aspect. Even though a lot of people don't like each other, we can still work together as one.
I love you so much more, my brother.
Even though he looks like Zorro.
Are you going to come up and say hello?
Yeah, Mr. Rabbit Hole. Why don't you come out of that rabbit hole? Why don't you come up here in the higher realm with all the dragons? Huh? Why don't you pop that head out of that rabbit hole? Come up here.
Did you send him those pictures?
No, I haven't. I probably did, but James doesn't. He doesn't respond to anything. He's too busy. What he doesn't. What he didn't realize is the being he's seen that one day. Remember when he came on that live with the commander, and he started talking about those light beings? I seen them a week before, and I was talking to that being on the mountain.
Oh, wow.
And I was talking to them, but he didn't. I was trying to tell the commander and him, but they didn't pay attention to me. And then James came up a little later and talking about his experience with the same light beings. I thought it was funny, and that just made a claim that just basically authenticated what I was saying, because he's seen it, the same thing that I seen. So I'm like, whoa, see, there I go. James seen it, and that was the same thing that I seen.
Wow, I'm so happy you've been lucky lately. That is super, super awesome news. Good for you.
So if anybody wants to, like, share, and donate to my cause to help my finger, because I was stabbed the other day, yesterday, which I don't know if James heard that story yet, but yeah, I was slashed, and I was almost unalived yesterday.
Thank you. You are precious.
There were strange individuals. I don't know, but there was a strange individual. I don't know who it was, but I've got 7 stitches in my finger and 3 in the inside. And thank you for the love. If you want to come up, that'd be great. I'd like to hear your voice. I like to hear your words. I need some comedy in my life. But yeah, my finger is not hurting as much anymore now because, Heather did some healing on it. Where am I living? I'm living everywhere, James. I'm living in Florida. I'm living in Virginia. I am everywhere but I'm living inside of you as you live inside of me. We are one, James. You're just a different iteration of me. And James got silent.
Where is your GPS?
At the moment, I live near Liberty University. There was a famous preacher there. His name was Jerry Falwell. But yeah, do you want to know what happened the other day? How I got attacked? And I think it has something to do with my videos that I've been posting about the UFO about my house. I started posting the videos about my UFO that's been near my house, and one for the last week. I've been getting strange calls from the same town that I'm in from 7 different phone numbers. They call, I answer, nobody answers. Nobody. I'm like, hello, hello, hello. Nobody wants to say anything. At first, I chalked it up as, just maybe spammers and maybe prank calls or something. That's what I put it as. Well, yesterday I wanted to go out and I wanted to get some soda and maybe some cigarette filters. So I went to the store at about 4:30. I went to the store. As I was coming out, I walked down the street, and I normally go around this huge fence, but I didn't really feel like walking because my leg was bugging me a little. And I happened to see this path that I really didn't notice it was on the right. So I started walking down this path, and I was like, whoa, this is cool. I've never been down here before. I wonder where this goes. And all of a sudden, I started feeling, like a spider sense, kind of like a tingling, and I started feeling some negative energy all of a sudden. And before I've got a chance to react, out the corner of my eye, I seen a shiny object that was above my head, and it was coming down at me really fast. I blocked it with my right hand, and I turned around. It was an arm coming at me with a huge knife. It almost wasn't a knife. It was almost like a short sword. That's how big it was. And I blocked it, and I started beating the hell out of whatever this person was. And the person was 6'2", about 300 pounds, and the person had a mask on. It was in all complete black. The person never spoke to me, but was grunting and making weird sounds. And I fought this thing off, and it was overpowering me in the beginning, but then I started overpowering it because I was getting more mad by the moment. Because I looked up the corner of my eye, I see my hand was crimson red. I wasn't really paying attention to. I didn't know that I got cut or whatever. It was crimson red, so I started swinging and fighting for my life because I didn't know if this was the day I was going to be exited out of this world. So I went in full offensive mode, and I was like fighting for my life, and then this being, whatever it was backing up on the ground and started running. I'm like, where you going? Come back here. I'm not done yet. You started this. Why are you running now? And it went, and it kind of grunted and ran. I ran for a little bit to try to chase it, but it was too fast. So I went down. I was like, whatever, punk ass bit. So I started walk down the path, and I come around the building, and there was a guy that was in my building. He looked down. He goes, "You all right?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I'm fine." He looked down. He looked at me. He said, "Your hand's like really red." I looked down and I seen the guts of my pinky hanging out. And I'm like, well, damn, I guess I can't butterfly stitch that. I'm gonna have to go to the hospital. So I went to the hospital. I went up in my apartment. I cleaned my hand off. I walked out and I called my son's mother to pick me up to bring me to the hospital. And when I went out to wait for her, a cop had came over, and because he came over for something else apparently. So he came over and he asked me, he goes, "Have you know anything about the domestic assault thing?" I'm like, "I don't know nothing about that, sir." I was like, "Well, I do know that I got attacked going around, coming down off that building, coming around the fence over there." He's like, "Do I want to file a report?" I'm like, there would be absolutely no point of filing a report because I couldn't ID the person. I couldn't tell if it was a big white dude, an Asian dude, a black dude. I couldn't tell who it was because the person had like a ski mask on and a whole complete black outfit. And he said, "Well, okay, if you want, just let me know. I got it recorded here that this was an incident that happened. And if you find out any information, let us know. We'll handle it." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I go to the hospital and I'm waiting there, and they kept wanting to take pictures for forensic, and I'm like, well, there really is no point of even doing that at this point because I can't identify who it was. But they stitched my hand up, my finger up, and it was 7 stitches on the outside, 3 on the inside. And from what I take from that experience is when I was attacked by that person with the blade, it felt very negative and it felt very pure hatred, intent, like it wanted me to shut up. Like it wanted to shut me up. And it was, I mean, I've fought off a lot of people in my day and I've encountered a lot of, different kinds of people. This thing here, whatever it was, had an intent. It wanted me out of the picture. It was trying to take me out. And I went in full dragon mode and I just started cracking as hard as I could. And every time I hit this thing, this person, it was, all I could hear was crack and crunch. It sounded like Rice Krispies. And I felt very pure, unadulterated hatred, and it was very dark, and it was almost nauseous, and I knew it, I had to fight for my life. I did what I had to do, but I'm not one to sit there and promote the violence and stuff like that. But when that happened, it was either fight or flight, and I knew I had a purpose, and I know I'm here to do something greater, and I'm not going to let some being, human or unearthly, whatever it was, stop me from doing what I need to do. But yeah, I'll show you what it looks like. It was pretty deep. It went right to the bone. See? What do you think of that? I can't even bend my finger. And I do got bruises on my hands, but yeah, got pretty messed up, huh? And I don't know, but I thought it was pretty funny that after after I posted those videos, weird stuff like this started to happen. So I don't know if it was related to it, but I find it very odd that it all happened after I posted those videos. That the phone call started, that that attack happened, but I don't know. And I'm not really, I'm mad about that it happened, but I'm also glad that it did because, in an aspect, why I'm glad because what if it was somebody else? What if it was a woman or a child walking down that path? They weren't able to defend themselves. What could have happened to them, you know? And I'm lucky. I'm glad it happened to me instead of them because they probably wouldn't have been able to defend themselves, you know? So that's how I'm looking at it, you know? Glad it was me instead of somebody else. Just I'm glad that it got me in the hand instead of the throat where it was coming for. Because the way I had blocked it, if I didn't move, it would have got me right in the neck. And I wouldn't be here today. And if it wasn't for my fast reaction, because I did not hear anything, I didn't see anything coming out of the bushes. All as I know is my hand was up and blocked the thing before I had a chance to even think. And it was like a fast reaction. And if it wasn't for my guys inside telling me to do this and that, I probably wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's really super scary.
Yeah? But that's what happened. I'm glad it happened to me instead of somebody else. Because I would have hated that. And I live in part of the town where a lot of stuff's been happening lately, like pew pews going off, violence everywhere. It's really amped up in the last month or two. It's been getting really violent over here. Um,
Yeah, and the sad part about that is it's going to amp up even more the closer that we get to
November.
yes, thank you. November and disclosures and everything.
That's why I'm not really sure if I want to attribute to the attack to the UFO thing, but I find it very coincidental that all of that happened about the same time. And I don't believe in coincidences. I'm more of a skeptic right now. I'm skeptic as if that had something to do with it.
Well, there are no such things as a coincidence. Everything does happen for a reason. Do you feel, if you don't mind me asking, you're feeling that the two have a connection? Am I correct?
What?
You're feeling as if those pictures and this attack that happened, you're feeling that those are connected, correct or no?
Yeah, I'm feeling that the pictures,
Uh-huh.
the video, the calls, and the attack were all the same thing. They're all part of one thing. And normally, I mean, I've fought a lot of people in my days, and this, whatever this was yesterday, honestly, did not feel human. The movements, the movements it was doing, and it just did not feel human at all. And it didn't speak. It grunted and made noises, almost like a beast, like a wild beast. It never spoke. It was a person in black, 6'2", and it never spoke. But I could feel the energy, the intent. It was like it really wanted to do me in.
And you said they had a mask on, right?
Yeah, but the only thing that I could see was the eyes. That's another thing that kind of made me wonder, because the eyes look like human eyes, but the pupil was completely black. The pupil was completely black because I looked right in its eyes. I was trying to find any way to figure out any way to ID this, whatever this was, this person.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing that was identifiable that I could have picked out. I couldn't see the skin, I could see the eyes. And they were black pupils. And it looked like there was nothing in there. It was darkness. It was kind of irky when I looked in the eyes. I don't know, but and the weirdest part about it was, before I was attacked, I got a phone call before I went down that path. And then I got a phone call after I went off the path.
And you said before that it was just one person, right? Or was it two?
One.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
One person that was about 6'2".
6'2"?
He was about 6'2", because he was taller than me. He was a little bit bigger. 6'2", bigger. I would say about 300 pounds. Because when he hit me in the arm, I could feel some power behind the punch. He couldn't get me in the face because I was moving all over the place. But I could feel, when it was striking me, I could feel, hey Beth. I could feel the power behind the punch, and it was it was almost methodical. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really wanted to take me out. And I don't know anybody in town that would be like that. I don't know many people. I kind of stay to myself. I don't go out looking for trouble. I don't go out and say anything to anybody. And I don't know, but it happened. It was very dark. And when I seen them black pupils, it just... at first I thought it was human, but then when I looked inside the eyes, it made me wonder if it was. Because I've never seen black pupils like that. It was pure black. There was not even a color around the pupil or nothing. It was white and black. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's my hand. Yeah, like I was saying,
I don't know if it was the UFOs and the phone calls and the attack were all together, but I feel that they were. So I don't know, I may have to figure out how I'm going to do the showing that stuff, because if that was the main cause of it, then that means they're watching me and watching what I'm doing, because they probably don't want it out there. Well, yeah, they've got to be watching me because, like I said, I was getting weird phone calls since Wednesday from 7 different numbers in the town. Nobody was answering. And then I was attacked on the path. And I thought it was funny, not that I got 7 stitches and 7 on the outside and 3 on the inside. I'm like, well, that's kind of funny. Because I was born in 1973, and I'm like, he said 7 stitches on the outside and 3 on the inside. I'm like, isn't that a 7 and a 3? And I was like, synchronicity, and I thought about numbers. I'm like, wait a minute. And that's kind of why I'm beginning to wonder if it was all part of the same thing, you know? The pictures. And I don't know if that was clarification by the 7 stitches on the outside and the 3 on the inside, but it makes me wonder. I've been getting calls. Okay, Steph. I've been getting calls since Wednesday. After I posted these UFO videos I posted that were by my house, I've been getting weird calls from numbers that nobody wants to answer. And I went to the store. I came back. went on a path. Some person attacked me and tried to off me. And I defended myself, and I ended up getting my finger cut open. And my pinky had all its guts hanging out, so I had to sew it back in. They used 7 stitches on the outside and 3 on the inside. And I'm not sure if it's all connected or whatever, but as I was telling everybody here, that I'm glad it happened to me instead of a child or a woman, because they wouldn't have been able to defend themselves against that. That actually, you know, I wasn't feeling any pain, and because I was so in a rage, because I looked down, I see my hand was crimson red, and I just went on offense mode, life or death. Thank you. I wouldn't have been here today if I didn't block that, and I didn't hear Grim and all the others inside say, like, they probably moved my hand, honestly, to block it, because all I seen was a flash, and before I knew it, I knocked the thing out of the way, the arm out of the way, and went into fight mode. So yeah, I don't know if it was a whole shut me up thing, but I don't know who would do something like that to me. I mean, I'm not trying to be famous. I'm just, sharing my experiences with everybody. And then, like, about 4:14 later today, I fell asleep for a couple minutes, and I ended up seeing a person on the beach. She was in all red. She had a ponytail. She had a red outfit with a red bow in her hair. Her name was Taylor, and she had like the bluest eyes I've ever seen, and she was telling me that she knows that this happened to me. I've never met her before, and I've never met her, never seen her before. And she's like, don't let this defer you from thinking negative about all humans. They're all not like that. And I shouldn't let that, you know, put it in my mind that all humans are like that. Everybody has their, you know, the journey, and that is probably what was meant to happen in a way. But, yep, got the 7 stitches, the 10 stitches, and I'm just going day by day now. And came on the live to, I kind of didn't feel like wanting to come on live, but I said I was going to come on live on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I didn't want to let anybody down, because this to me is not just my safe space, it's for everybody else. And I wanted everybody to, you know, have that safe space away from the others, because like in the other people that are on here, they kind of get pushed down, or, you know, they don't have a chance to speak or say what they want to. So I came on here just for that reason, you know, to help people. And like I was telling Heather here and Diane and all them, that I'm not here to be famous. I'm just here to help people evolve into the people they meant to be, to evolve into a higher existence, to see the truth within themselves, to be greater, to manifest themselves in a whole new light, in a whole new love and compassion for humanity. That we're all unique in our individual journeys, that we come together as a collective and help each other. That is my whole entire reason in being for doing this live. And I felt that if I didn't come here, I would let people down, and I don't want to do that. Thank you. I support every one of you. Each one of you are special and unique in your own ways. And I'd love to hear everybody's stories, and I like to hear, you know, what inspired them, you know, what inspired them to be a spiritual person, what transpired in their life, because I would like to learn, you know. We all learn. I'm not no better than anybody else. We're all equal, and we're all just trying to make it in this human existence, even though we're space beings in a human existence. Thank you for the love. And I think that we all need to be here for each other.
Absolutely, yes. And I myself, I love hearing people's journeys, what they've learned so far, you know, and what they've had, you know, what they have to offer, and knowledge, you know, knowledge is power. Everybody's journey is unique, and the lessons that, you know, one person learns, somebody else may not have learned yet, but just listening to what someone's went through, how they dealt with it, how they've, you know, grown from learning such a valuable lesson, is very powerful. I would love to hear people come up here and talk about that. That would be amazing. It's been an honor being here. You know, definitely keep this your safe place, and, you know, for others, you have some really beautiful souls, and some future teachers that are gonna be coming out of this. It's awesome. I love the vibe.
And, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm staring at this candle, and I'm wondering, you know, life is like this candle.
Thank you for the gifts. I love you. It means the world to me. Thank you.
That, you know, we're all here. We're the light of the world. You know, picture this is the world, you know. And we got this candle here. You're that little flame. You might think you're alone, but look, we're all around you. Everybody is around you, spiritual or human. You've always got somebody around you. You're never alone. That light you want to burn bright. That fuel is from the candle itself. It fuels that flame. That is your essence. That is your soul that's burning bright within inside of you. You want to keep that flame going so it lights the world.
Very true, Beth. Very true. Yes.
And we're all part of a greater puzzle. And we are all oneness. We are all one. You're just a different part of each other. And like I said earlier, which I don't know where it came from, I was like, it's always 369. And I was like, well, how would you get to 369? Well, you speak things, you hear things, and you see things. There's a 3 there. That helps you with communication. What helps you live? Well, your heart, your lungs, and your brain help you live. You can't have one without the other. Now, there's a 6. Now, where would you get the 9 from? Well, what are the next 3 things? You've got your essence, your soul, and what else do you have? Your body. There's your 369 right there. You need those 9 things to live this human existence. If you're missing one, you cannot fully live human existence.
369 is considered the keys to the universe.
And for so long, I wondered what the 369 was. And then I just got it today. When I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the candle, I'm like, you know what? 369 is the body. It's a temple. It's the tree of life, because if you look at the human nervous system, it's the tree of life. There's a 369. We are the perfect being. We just have to bring ourselves to that level in that existence. Now I fully understand what 369 means to me. And that's how
That's how what?
and that's how I perceive it. You got the universe inside of you.
Oh, absolutely true. Yes.
You got your essence, which is you yourself. You've got your spirit, and you need your body to live. Each one of those things, each one of those 369, those 3 parts I told you about, is the completion. Your mind, your heart, and your lungs. Your lungs make you breathe. Your heart makes you feel. Your brain makes you think. Without one of them, you cannot survive as a full human. With communication, you can communicate, yes, but you won't communicate fully if you don't have your mouth, your ears, and your eyes. There's a 369. That's the key. That is the key right there.
That is very interesting. I like that.
Those 9 things make up who you are as a human. And once you realize that, you can ascend into the higher realm of existence. When you change yourself,
But just keep in mind, though, we are spiritual entities
well,
living a human experience.
exactly.
We are not human beings down here experiencing a spiritual journey or religious journey. We are here spiritually experiencing a human life.
Yeah.
It's a big difference.
Does anybody have anything they want to come up and share?
Oh, come on up. Come on up, people. I'm excited.
You can share a paranormal, you can share a spiritual, you can share an extraterrestrial or a divine message. Whatever you feel you like to share with the 6 people in here at this safe space, it's up to you. It's not just for me, it's for you. To every single one of you. I'm just that one flame in the universe. It's burning bright, and hopefully I can attract the other lights with me. Well, where'd that come from?
That was weird.
What?
Did you see that flash on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything they want to share? They want to come up and share something? I'm surprised we didn't get many other people in here today.
How are you doing, Lucy? You're just so precious.
Well, I hope you feel better. I used to use green fluorite, and I sleep next to it, and it usually helps with my sicknesses and stuff.
Beth, sending healing, love, and light. A sinus infection.
Hold on a minute. Can you take the live over for a minute?
Absolutely. Oil of oregano is very good. doing, Lucy? You are such a sweet girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Thank you for coming up to say hello. Yes, thank you. You are such a good girl. He's a good girl. Yes, you are. Aw. Where did his lordship go, Lucy? Where'd he go? He went out there sneezing.
Huh?
Oh, I got you back, Beth. Thank you.
I will be doing a live on Thursday at the same time, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I will post a thing up saying that it's going to be on. I was hoping for somebody else to be here, but she didn't show up. She was supposed to be my co-host, but apparently she didn't show up. She must have been busy.
Oh, bless her.
I hope everything's okay. I haven't heard from her in a couple days. But I do have a group on Facebook, and we're gonna find out what topics. So if we're gonna start doing topics or not, I'm not sure yet. Right now, it's just chatting and seeing where everybody is and where everybody wants to go with what they want to know in spirituality. And then we're going to start getting into topics and stuff like that, kind of like an alien tea. And then on one day, we're going to have like an alien tea thing where, we're going to talk about topics. And then on the other day, we're going to kind of do interviews and kind of like stories and chat, kind of like.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love it.
We're going to do something like that. Tuesdays, I want to have for interviews and stuff like that. Thursdays, I want to have for topics. I would do another day, but I can't another day because I have my son. And if I do another day, it'll probably be on a Sunday. And I'm not sure what that's going to be yet, but that is my plans. But again, it's up to all you people that come into the live. And it's not just about me. It's like I said, it's about all of you and what you all need. Because I'm sure people don't want to hear me talk for freaking 3 hours or 4 hours.
Well, knowledge is power, and we're all here to learn. So, learning from each other, I feel, is the best way,
Yeah.
That is so true, Miss Diane. That goes for everybody because some people, sit out there and what may not be important to them may be the key to helping somebody else out. So when you get comfortable enough to share your truth and you get used to that, it becomes such a beautiful thing, because then it, I feel, enables some people who might be shy, or, you know, they need that validation that, they're not crazy, if you want to say that, if you want to put it that way. Some people just need that validation, and they need to understand they don't need validation from anybody, because your truth is your truth no matter what. People have learned not to trust others. We're here to help people learn it really is okay to trust people, because the bad will go away. But it's, how can I put it? It's almost like you're really having to teach that old dog new tricks, a new way of life, and we all need to learn it's okay to love, it's okay to trust, it's okay to be different. What is normal anyways? Who's to say what normal is?
Exactly.
You really kind of don't know what's real and what isn't real anymore, because we have these truth seekers that are just standing up and saying, hey, what the heck? And people are condemning them, saying, oh, they're lazy, they don't want to work, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. No, they're just standing up for what is their truth, what they've come to realize that the rest of us had no clue to. And some of us have been on this planet for over a half a century. Some have been on the planet for a century, if not more now. And they're like, wait a minute, what the heck?
Yeah.
Was my whole entire life a lie? I've been brought up to believe this, but now I'm finding out with proof that wasn't the truth. So you have different generations right now that are like, what the heck? No, that's not true because that's not the way I remembered it. No, that's not true because that's not what I was told growing up.
Yeah.
So now you have people running around scared, with their chickens cut off, saying, wait a minute, all this crap can't be getting out. We've had these people under control for hundreds of years, and now people are finding out the real truth. So life is speeding up faster than what you know. Things that should have been happening, a couple of years from now are happening at this very moment. So you have to build up all of this drama and chaos to cover up certain things that they don't want us to know.
Right.
But you have the truth seekers that are like, wait a minute. No, ain't gonna happen. We're not doing it this way. So all we can do is sit back right now and watch the show, watch the movie take place, because we are all a part of it.
Yeah.
Kind of can't help but be thankful, because breaking down the old to build up the new, it's what we have no choice but to do right now. So
Exactly.
it's a beautiful time to be alive. Hard time. very hard time. Money, you have to have 2, 3 paychecks to survive right now, but all of that will come to an end.
Eventually, yes, it will.
Very historical times. We are this planet right now. We are the big Friday night movie.
This life right now is like Game of Thrones.
It's almost showtime. It is almost showtime.
And the
We
reason
will
why I
be
say it's like Game of Thrones is because if you remember what Game of Thrones was like, it was always telling a part of each character's story that went into a greater part of the story in Game of Thrones. And what was everybody trying to do? To sit on the Iron Throne. But each person in the story had their own ambitions, their own goals, and their own desires. Kind of like we do, you know? How can you use Game of Thrones and relate it to now? And that's what a lot of people don't realize. You have to use the knowledge you got and apply it to the things you have today. That is how we learn, and that is how we process, and that's how we grow.
Well, once you become awakened and you start to realize what's really going on, it's actually quite the beautiful journey, and what you get to learn on your journey, or what you perceive to understand and learn, if you're open minded, if you're willing to step outside of your comfort zone, because a lot of people feel comfortable with what they've learned, it's just been passed down for generation to generation. So this is what the way I'm supposed to be, this is what I'm supposed to do. When when Jesus literally tells you, hey, seek and you shall find the truth.
Knocking the door shut.
Yeah, absolutely. Be Tell the universe thank you on a daily basis for what it allows you to have, and just be thankful and watch how everything changes for you. You know, it's actually very easy. And this is what some people on this planet are afraid for us to find out, because the truth is being revealed. The worst thing that was ever done was TikTok, because it's a global phenomena, and people are putting the truth out there right and left, to the point where our government thinks that it has the right to tell China, hey, sell us the mother, or we're banning TikTok. Are you freaking kidding me? Who is our government to tell them they need to sell us something? Isn't that taking away our rights?
Yes, and that was the amendment.
Of course. Absolutely. Is it going to be done? No. Will it probably start something else where maybe our dollar stores are taken away from us? Who knows? That possibly. But our government can't say you need to sell us that or else. Come on, stop it.
And when some people call somebody the harlot, and when that person gets in, things are not going to be the same. They're going to be worse.
If she gets in, I'm just going to pack up my sandbox and call it a day.
Yeah. Because we'll be virtually screwed then.
Mm-hmm.
Because That person has been in office for 4 years. They could have done something. Really, Bowen? You want to come up and tell us about it?
Beth, you are absolutely correct.
Do you want to come up and tell us about that? That craft? Alright, let me, I'm still new at this, hold on. Can you invite, I can't pull her up here, she's not showing.
Honey, send a request. Bronwyn? No, I don't have that access to do that.
Thank
I
you.
just have the interact.
Go to multi-guest. Okay.
Inviting me up.
She's
Go
in.
to multi-guest.
She's in, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Bran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming up. I am going to mute myself while you tell your story. Sending you love and light, my sister.
Thank you. Love and light to you as well. Yeah, when I saw your video, I was really kind of shocked because for the past 3 days, that is the exact same shape, the exact same lights that I have been seeing. I'm in South Central Ohio. I'm usually outside like between 11 and 1 because I like to go out and look at the sky and meditate. And the first night I saw it, it was coming off from a distance. And I thought, oh, that must be an airplane coming. But it was moving so slow and not as high as the airplanes move around here. So I don't know how yours moved, but it moved so slow. And I just stood out I'm in a rural area. I moved out from under tree cover and I stood there for a while. And when it got to me, it hovered and it just stayed there. And it had blinking lights on the 3 points. And I thought, oh, am I going somewhere? Because I've actually flatlined twice in my life and crossed over to the other side. So I've had some really interesting experiences. And then it just continued on. And for the past 2 nights at approximately the same time, it has been the same thing. So I'm just amazed. I was getting ready to head out there now to see if it comes back, but I'm not in any kind of flight path. It doesn't make any noise whatsoever. Nothing.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
I've been in a helicopter. I know it's not a helicopter. I'm sorry?
It moves very slow.
Very slow. It moved so slow.
It started out as 1 light, and then it went to 3, and then it went back to 1.
No, what I've seen has stayed at 3, and it stayed steady lights for a while, and then they started to flash in a pattern around the 3. And then when it hovered, it stayed steady again. And it's done the exact same thing 3 nights.
I've been doing that near my building for at least a month or 2, and that's probably why I ended up getting attacked, because I poured it online.
You were attacked?
Yeah.
I missed that. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about by the community, or are you talking about what? I'm confused. And you don't have to say anything if you'd rather not, please.
Oh, I've already said it a few times already, so.
Okay.
I would. I posted the video. I started posting the UFO videos that have showed up around my house since Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I started posting them, and I started getting weird phone calls from inside my town, but then nobody would ever answer the phone. So yesterday, I went. Not yesterday, the day before, actually, Monday, I think it was. I went. I went to the store. Yeah, it was Monday. I went to the store and I came back and I'm walking down the path and some person in a black, yes, it was a human. I honestly don't think it was human, but whatever. It was in a human shape in all complete black with black pupils. It jumped me and tried to off me.
Oh.
And
And
I have a knife wound on my hand.
oh my.
I got 7
No.
stitches in the outside and 3 in the inside. And I thought about that for a moment. I go, wait a minute. And I just thought about it when I was sitting here talking. And I said, I got 7 stitches on the outside and 3 in the inside. And I thought about that for a moment. Like, wait a minute. Ain't that the year I was born?
Oh.
73? So I'm like, I'm beginning to wonder if the UFOs, the phone calls, and
It's all
the attack was all part of the
connected.
same thing.
Right. And when you said that you weren't sure, if it was human, um, one of the things that happened to me after having my, they call them NDEs, near death experiences, but that's really kind of a misnomer because it's not anything near it because you actually do pass. Oh, I said that word. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't get you in trouble. You actually do cross. I actually flatlined and was gone for a while. So with the second, when I came back, I suddenly had the ability to sense and see and hear the other side. So, they pop up in different places and where I am and everything. But I've never met any that have been violent. I've heard other people say that, but I've never met a spirit that's been violent. So I don't know.
That's what I've never had one be violent to me like that. I mean, I don't know anybody in this town, but I'm a little bit odd. I'm a little bit dismayed by this because when I was walking down the path, I didn't feel anything, but when I got halfway down the path, I started feeling really pure hatred and negativity. And before I had a chance to respond, I seen a flash out the corner of my eye, and it wasn't even, I almost want to say it was like a short sword,
Mm-hmm.
a jagged sword, short sword, because, and it had the intent of offing me, because I felt that energy that it was like, it wanted to shut me up. And I thought it was human, but then when I got real close to try to, because I couldn't figure out, I was trying to get something to figure out who it was, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So when I got close to the face, all I could see was the pupils were complete black.
Hmm.
What made me wonder if it was human or not.
Do you mean the iris was complete black? You mean like the whole eye, the eye color too?
It had the white part like in a human eye, but
Right.
the circle part was complete black. And when I looked inside those eyes, it was like I could feel the pure hatred and like fury. It was more like furious hate, feeling from it.
Well, that is frightening. Now, I didn't feel. Pardon me?
It never spoke, but it was more of a kind of like a beast. It sounded like a beast, like when a beast gets in a fight or something.
Mm-hmm.
was the
Yes.
stuff that it sounded like to me. It didn't sound. And then
Oh my
when
goodness.
I defended myself, it ran off, and at first it was running slow, and then it like ran really fast. I was like, and I was walking on the path, I was like, that can't be. I was wondering if it was human or not, because I've never seen a human, like, the movements it was doing was just not right.
That's what I was going to ask you. It was running upright on 2 feet, not 4.
It was on two, but the movements were not human. It was just not human at all.
May I ask, when you see the craft, you don't get any kind of feelings, negative or dark or anything from that?
Anytime that I've ever encountered, because I've been taken up a few times, like at least 3 times a week, in like the physical form, the spiritual form, or in a dream state, I've been taken up, and I've never really felt anything that would even construct of being negative. But that, whatever that was, it I remember fighting a long time ago. I fought a demon in a dream.
A demon. I'm sorry. A demon what?
I fought a demon in like a dream or a vision or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've told that in a while, but it felt worse than that. The energy from this being that I met 2 days ago was worse than that.
But you also don't feel anything negative or bad when the UFO or the craft goes that you see. You don't feel anything from that.
No, it was more like it was like I was getting like, hello, we're here.
Yeah, I felt extreme peace, actually. That's what I felt, extreme peace. I'm sorry?
Pardon me.
Mhm.
What you're experiencing is nothing negative in the least. Yours is very spiritual.
Mine?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't.
the energy that I get from you is the utmost, just very spiritual. And if you don't mind me asking, you said that you've seen them twice in a row,
3 days.
3 days in a row.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing this.
And I felt completely at peace, especially when they were hovering over me. No fear, just complete peace.
When
Yeah, that's kind of what I
when
felt.
you go to sleep, do you have any dreams of a ship?
I don't dream of ships, no, but I can tell you that this isn't my first experience.
No, it's
Um,
not. Yeah.
no, when I was 21, my best friend and I were driving home and had an experience with a different kind of ship, a very large round saucer that was lit all the way around the bottom, that was hovering very low over an orchard. And I was young. That frightened me, but I was in a different place in my path. So yeah, that was the first time. But it's been, I'm nowhere near 21 anymore. So it's been 30 years since I've seen another craft. But I do astral travel.
Mhm.
I can set the intent to do that.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure if you heard me say, I also can see spirits from the others, those that have crossed over, deceased people.
Yeah, you're a
So,
Mm-hmm.
so not much really frightens me at all. I'm very at peace because I think I know I know I'm a healer. I know that I'm one of I don't like to call myself one of the chosen ones, but I know why I'm here, and I know that I'm supposed to be helping to elevate and to raise the vibration.
Yes. My
and
whole entire body is tingling. I can literally feel you right now. It's amazing. I have the biggest smile on my face right now. It's very comforting, very soothing. I thank you for coming in here. My goodness.
You're
My whole
welcome.
entire body is just vibrating. It's tingling.
Well, it's amazing that you say that because as you were saying that, I was fully vibrating from top to bottom. So I feel the collective energy. I sense energy very easily. So
It's amazing.
it's nice to be with other people that you can feel the same thing from and know, that you're in a good place.
Yes, yes,
Hmm.
this is amazing. I love it.
Yes, exactly. And I went in and followed you earlier, so I am following you too.
I will definitely follow you back.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, if you look at my bio, please don't be frightened because um, my name says cunning woman and sage, and a cunning woman is a very old name for a healer that works with herbs. So I'm an herbalist. So I forage and I grow and I make medicines for my family and for people. But it'll also tell you that I'm a hedge witch, which is also a very old name for one that works with nature and spirits. So I don't do anything on the dark side at all. Everything that I do is to uplift and to be in unity, with nature and earth and higher consciousness. And sometimes people see witch and get very concerned, but it's just a really old term. It just really is. And I've been playing with the idea of removing that because people, come at me sideways sometimes about it. And I'm like, no, there's just no evil in me whatsoever. Uh,
Absolutely. And once they become awakened, they will know that.
mhm,
They'll know it.
mhm. It's
You
either
know,
you can't judge a book by its cover, and
absolutely.
you can't judge somebody until you know them. And we're not here to judge people. We're here to uplift one another. But it's going to take a while. It's not as soon as people think. And that's one of the things that when I crossed over, I was fortunate enough to have a whole life review. And I know I'm going all over the place here, but it all ties in. I had a life review, which was a humbling experience because you get to feel all the joy that you gave to people. And I got to feel all the pain that I had given to people, whether I realized it or not, disappointment and fear, just, things like that. But I was also allowed to ask questions. And one of the questions I had asked was, why were we here? And I was told that a good many of us are here. I'm sorry, I just got a notification from my mother. A good many of us are here to teach love and to raise the vibration. And as a society, as a whole collective, we are failing. And that is the only sorrow that's on the other side at this point, that we're failing at this point. So that saddened me quite a bit to know that that's how it's being seen right now.
And I was saying earlier, because yes, you got to sit down with the elders and do your review. A lot of people, one of the dogmas that is hard for people to let go of is that they're judged when we cross over. Some people fully believe wholeheartedly that we're judged by God, but it's us who judge ourselves.
Absolutely,
You got
because
to feel that.
absolutely, because as the images flashed by, it was me looking at them and my perception and feeling what the people felt. Was that joy? Was that sadness? What did I cause? So yes, it was all me. Nobody said you did this wrong, you did that wrong. Oh, you did a good job. That wasn't how it was. So you're,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your testimony. And
Oh,
just know, no matter what, there's always light, as you know firsthand, at the end of that tunnel. And, may I ask you a personal question if you don't mind?
sure, certainly. We'll see if
How
I answer
hard
it.
how hard were you on yourself?
Oh, it was very difficult for me. I'm very empathic. I did the traditional growing up being told, stop being so sensitive. Why are you crying? You know, until I learned what that was. And it's hard for me in daily life to disappoint anybody or to, to experience sadness and to see what I had done in the past, because I have not always been the person I am now. You know, we all grow, but not everybody has maybe grown as much as others. There was a time that I struggled with addiction, and during that time, looking at the disappointment and the sadness and the fear coming from different people in my life, and I'm going to cry now, was very, very, very hard. Yeah. So yeah, it's a humbling experience. And I was given the choice to stay. Well, the first time I was sent directly back and told I had things to do. The second time I was told that I had done a portion of what I was to do, but I could stay if I wanted. And
You were at that exit point.
yes, because I have so many health problems. And I said, no, I have to come back. I have to fix some things. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying that, I can fix everything, but there were things that I thought, oh, I need to make amends for.
Did you ever get to that point where you've felt all at
Breaks
once?
my heart.
I'm sorry?
Did you have that experience where you're speaking to the light and you could feel everything all at once?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That feeling alone is an awakening. I venture to say that I think that a lot of people would change their perspective and the way that they think once they have that happen. Because when you feel everything all at once,
Mm-hmm.
it's an eye opener.
Very much so.
I mean,
Very much.
I had premonitions and I could feel everything all at once. And the first time I almost had a heart attack because they took me to the hospital when that happened. Um, and I could have swore that I've tried to unalive myself a lot during my life, but
I'm sorry.
that alone, those experiences are what you can never forget.
Oh,
When you
absolutely.
experience that, then you'll know. And once you experience that, then you know exactly where you're meant to be.
Oh, absolutely. Because before those things happened, I was still doing things to help people. I had been a school teacher. Well, first I was working in corporate America, and it was crushing my soul. And I left a fantastic job to teach in a very low economic rural area, and because I just needed to give back. But after all this happened to me, it was just like my soul's purpose just dropped on me. And I knew what I was supposed to be doing finally, and so you're right. And those experiences definitely make a huge difference in our lives. And I almost want to say that everyone needs to have that experience, but they don't. There are other ways.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you shared that experience.
Thank you.
Well, more often because
I'm sorry. I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, and it's probably me. I have a little bit of a problem with hearing out of my.
I'm half deaf too. It's happened. You should come to live more because I'd love to hear your thoughts and your advice. It's really, I find it very enlightening. Your energy is very enlightening, and it kind of feels like home.
And it must be because just in speaking with you both, you're just both bringing me to tears, and it's just full electric energy. And I have never seen the two of you live, or seen you live, or else I would have stopped in. I've been a follower of yours. I don't know where we ran into one another because you follow me as well. But I would have definitely stopped in, so I'll definitely make sure I stop in again. Are you live the same time all the time?
I'm on live on Tuesdays and Thursdays at about 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Tuesdays, Thursdays. Okay, I'll write that down, and I'll make sure I set the alarms for you, because
We have
I
Jerry
do.
here. Do you have anything to say?
I'm sorry. Were you asking me? I didn't hear the whole question.
No, I think we got a new person up here. I
Oh,
wonder
okay.
if they could say anything. They wanted to come up, so I was wondering if they had anything to say.
Oh, I feel so badly. I have been crying here and talking to the two of you and have not even been paying attention to the chat. So I apologize to Shep and Stella and to Trina Blue. I'm sorry that I didn't acknowledge you. It's nice to meet you all. Now, sir, before I step down, if other people are coming up, may I ask you a question about one of your videos?
Sure.
The Eye of Horus and the Eye of Ra. In your comments, somebody had asked you about a differentiation and eye color, and you said that pointed to starseed origins. And I've read about it, but I keep finding conflicting information. So,
Certain eye colors, through my understanding, the certain eye colors are different star seeds. I mean, I've met a lot of different ones, and I've noticed that certain races have certain colors.
okay.
I find that very intriguing.
Pardon me.
But the Eye of Horus and Eye of Ra are kind of your brain. Because if you look at your brain from the side, it's the Eye of Horus. You look at the other side, it's the Eye of Ra. And basically it's telling you to open that eye, open your mind. But as for the eye color, it seems to me that different ones have different colors.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to see what you had found or what you believed, because when you research, or if you research too much, read too much, you read about the same things but get different answers.
Yeah, everybody has their own
opinion, their own thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Because my it's interesting. I'll tell you this and then I'll go. But all of the women on my maternal side, we all have piercing green eyes. My daughter has amber eyes. And when she was little and they sent a card home for her to get an ID picture, they said hair color, eye color. And I said orange hair, amber eyes. And they sent it back and said, write real colors. I said, honestly, that's what she has. And took her in. And the photographer said, oh my goodness, her eyes are amber. I've never seen that before. And she's 19 with amber eyes that I have never seen on another person before. And she's highly intuitive and a bit like her mama. She can see, she's a seer too, but she's never been through the experiences I have. So I definitely believe she's one of the indigo children, or whichever. I don't know what her age range would make her, but I definitely believe that.
Do some research on the rainbow as well. Because right as you were saying indigo, I heard rainbow.
Okay.
Check out the rainbow as well. but she definitely absolutely has abilities. Oh yes.
Very, very different
Very,
to
very, yes.
very different to look at her. She's very intense, but her from the time she was little, she was 3, and I walked into her room, and she was on her knees with her arms out and just talking. And now I realize it was light language that she was speaking. I didn't know back then because she's 19, 16 years ago. That wasn't talked about a lot. And she turned around and looked at me, and I said, "Who are you talking to?" And she said, "The bright man." And I said, "Tell me more. Does he have a name?" And she said, "Oh, yes, he's Michael, and he's here to help us." And
Amazing.
right.
Oh my goodness.
And we all know that the younger children are very open until we stop them from being open. But I've always encouraged her, so she had that from a very, very young age, and that still gave me full body chills to say
I
that.
was just gonna say you could feel that when she was saying that. Yes. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
When you were describing your daughter,
Pardon me, sir. Yes.
all I could hear was Anunnaki.
Yeah, I can see that too.
It was screaming in my like. I have spiritual guides, whatever, and I hear them all. They were like almost chanting Anunnaki.
Well, I'm glad that your guides told you this, said something to you, because my guides have said to me that labels really are of no difference. It's our heart and what we are here to do. And excuse me. And they kind of laugh at me, so I just let it go. They're probably shaking their heads right now at me for even asking.
They don't like going by labels, but that's what people like to refer to the different classes of beings are. So that's why they do that. They really don't see a difference anyway, but they only
Right.
do it because that's what humans want to hear.
Probably. Yeah.
But Carrie, do you have anything to add or anything to say? You can. All I can hear is feedback. Anything? No? Might want to come down and come back up if you can't speak, because I can't hear you. Alright, anybody else? Oh, we can just continue on with Ranwin.
Well, what I was going to ask you all, it's been such a privilege to be able to speak to you all and meet you all and share this energy. But I really feel that I need to go outside and be meditative and quiet and see if that's going to return again tonight. That's just, I'm intrigued. And I feel that call to go outside and do that, if that would be okay with everybody. And then I will see you all on Thursday.
Yep, Thursday at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to discuss with my fellow hosts down here which, if I'm going to do start doing topics or not. I haven't decided that yet. So I'm just starting up again. I used to come on, but I got stuck in a group of people, and then they changed everything around. So starting, I came back in January. I came and did a few lives, but I really haven't been on. So I'm kind of rebuilding again.
I see. Well, I will tell a few people and see how many more people I can see if they'll come in on Thursday. And you said 8 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
And that would be fantastic. I am always excited to learn more and to. I am so sorry. I have a kitten who is biting my ankle. Always excited to learn more from wise people and to share ideas and experiences.
We do. I do have a group on Facebook where we do talk about.
I don't have Facebook. I really need to do that because everybody that seems to have any interesting ideas keeps saying that, and I do need to get a Facebook. Well, thank you. I will see you all on Thursday. Thank you so much for your kind words, Heather. Thank you for having me up, Brim. I appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime.
All right. You all have a beautiful night. Light and love to everyone.
Blessings, love, and light. Remember, the Lord loves you. I love you too. It's been such a pleasure sharing frequency and vibes with you. Stay blessed. Stay blessed, my sister. Stay blessed.
Thank you. Many blessings to you as well. Oh, you make me cry. All right. Good night.
Here's some joy, not sadness. Wait, am I still here? Everybody go quiet.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Anybody have any questions?
She was such a beautiful soul. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love her.
Yeah.
Love her.
I love Julie too. You haven't met Julie yet. Julie's awesome.
I wanted to put her in my pocket and keep her.
I know, right? Julie was the same way. I was like, Julie was awesome. She was awesome too.
I don't think I've met her. Diane. Oh, she's beautiful too. Everybody is that I've met, that I've spoken to in here so far. Great place.
Very beautiful souls, and that made my day. Just to know that somebody came in here and was able to share that made my day. That makes this wound worth it.
That's the beauty of oneness. You know, imagine if the whole world was just at the same frequency, and that's what we're trying to get to, the love and the light, just sharing it, spreading it. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
Thank you, Trina.
She wasn't. I did invite Heather to it, but she booted out.
Do what?
I invited you to the group, but you left.
I didn't know that was group.
Yeah, the Golden Dragon one.
Oh.
Yeah, that Golden Dragon's for the lives. And that's where we discuss if we're going to talk about topics and, stuff that we need to do for the show. I mean, not even calling it a show for the broadcast. That's what I'm going to call it.
Brother, you have a message in the chat from Dizzy Lizzie. When you putting a ring on it?
My Lord in heaven.
We will be doing that.
Huh?
Bring Dizzy up.
She doesn't want to come up. She never does. She likes to stay in the shadows. Putting things in the chat room. Hello, Michael. How are you?
Are we leaving here and going into chat or something?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, boss lady's here, ask her.
Normally the commander's on about this time, but I didn't see no invite, so he's probably not on yet.
I don't know. Well, he should be going on. Oh, Shep is in here.
Hi,
That
guys.
reminds
I
me.
just wanted to stop in and say thank you for tonight. It was so incredible to listen to all of you. I have to head off to bed, but I just love all of you. Listen to all of you.
Oh,
I have to head off to bed.
Bless you. Thank you for that. Sleep with the angels. Remember that Jesus loves you. I love you too, Shep. That was so precious.
Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful night. I'll stop in again.
You
Oh, no
too.
problem. Anytime.
Bless you, sister. Bless you.
Have a good night.
See that? People just taking those 2 seconds to say, hey, good night and I love you. How precious is that?
It makes it all
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. There's Miss Trina.
Yeah, okay. We haven't really started talking in the chat room yet. We're doing that. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
I had y'all confused, so it's like, okay, I'm going
Well,
to come
you're
up
here
here.
now, so you have to stay.
Yeah, I might as well stay.
Come on, Dizzy. Come on up here, honey. How have you been, Miss Trina?
I have been fine. I've been good.
Good, good, good. Love you.
Oh yeah, he's on.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Yeah, normally he starts at like 11:30. I haven't been in his live.
He gets earlier and earlier.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, the name of the chat is Grimm's Dragon Den. That's what
Her beautiful face.
live what?
I said I can be co-leader. I just don't do a bunch of talking. But I do the stuff in the chat room. But I'm glad to see you up here too, Heather.
Thank you.
You did very well. I'm impressed. That was really good.
It was a good show. We'll get more people.
That was actually Heather. You blew it away from when I first met you till now. You had a great teacher.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's just when you start to learn things, take it in. And when you take in the knowledge that you're learning, don't just sit on it, use it.
Right?
Practice.
Yeah.
And once you learn how to just meditate, quiet the mind, get everything out of the mind, everything will fall together. But you have to believe. You have to believe in you first and foremost, taking care of you. Because once you're good with you, it's so easy to take care of others. You're not thinking, oh man, Betty Lou wants me to help her move again. Son of a gun. I'd rather be sitting home watching Lifetime. You're not going to feel that way. You're going to feel, oh, she needs my help again. Let me run over there. We know how to pack quickly now. So instead of it taking a week, it's only going to take a couple of days. You're going to be thankful that you're able to help others.
Yeah. All right, let's close this down.
I love to help others. All right, Brim, I'll let you close the show.
Thank you for
With our
coming.
brother Grimm.
Bye.
Later. Have a good
Bye
night.
bye. Talk to you Thursday.
Alrighty.
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love and light.